I'm a female, and a couple of years back, I had a pretty scary experience from Facebook. Back then, I had just recently graduated from high school. I think it was during the summer, and I was living at home with my parents. I went on Facebook here and there, but not all the time. Not nearly as much as I use other apps like Snapchat or Instagram. I also had my Facebook linked with my Instagram, so when I posted on Instagram, it would automatically post to Facebook. I remember that I didn't go on Facebook for several weeks in a row. The notifications were turned off because I found it annoying how I would get all these random notifications from Facebook that didn't really concern me, like it was so-and-so's birthday or stuff like that. When I went back on it for the first time in a while, I found that I had many missed notifications. For starters, I had about 5 friend requests. Then, I had posted a few pictures on Instagram which automatically went to Facebook. I had a lot of likes from friends and a few comments as well. I went on and replied to a few comments and accepted the friend requests. But as I was looking, I saw a comment from a guy that I didn't recognize. He commented something sort of creepy on one of my pictures. I think he said something like, "You're so beautiful, I wish you were mine." This creeped me out and made me cringe just reading it, but even more so because the guy in the picture looked to be much older than me. He had white hair and a ponytail, a slight beard, and glasses. I then saw that he had commented on my other pictures as well, and those comments were just as bad. He even went so far as to comment on some of my really old posts that were from years ago. I clicked on his profile, and he wasn't even my friend. I don't think I remembered receiving a friend request from him either. I deleted all of his comments, and then I blocked the guy. After that, I changed the settings on my profile so that only friends could see most of my information and posts. This made me feel a lot better, and I thought that would be the end of things with him. But sadly, it wasn't. It was like 2 days later, and I was home by myself while my parents were at work. There was suddenly a knock at the front door. I casually walked into the living room and looked out our front window. I was expecting to see a delivery driver like UPS or Amazon, but instead saw some guy. I quickly recognized him as the same man that had commented on my Facebook. This shocked me. I had no idea that he would have even lived in the area. I had figured this guy was probably halfway across the country. As I stood there staring at him in my living room, he turned his head and then saw me. We made eye contact for a brief moment, and then I ran away out of the room. I went to my bedroom and called my mom, telling her what was happening. As I was on the phone with her, I heard the guy knocking again on the front door. My mom told me that if the guy wasn't gone by now, to call the police on him. I stuck my head out of my bedroom and listened. I didn't hear anything more, so I went into the hallway. I then made my way towards the living room, but was very careful. However, as soon as I was in the living room, I saw the guy standing right outside the front living room window, looking in. He saw me again, and gave me an extremely creepy smile and wave. I then ran back out of the room and called the police. I told them that there was a creepy guy stalking me and he wouldn't leave our yard. They assured me that somebody would be at our house within probably 5 to 10 minutes. I got off the call with the police, and I started to feel better. I wasn't hearing any sounds, and I knew that the police would be there shortly. Maybe 2 minutes went by, and I was considering leaving my bedroom to check if the guy was still there again. But that's when I heard a knock at my bedroom window, just a few feet behind me. I wasn't facing it, and I turned around to see the guy right there staring at me. I screamed and ran out of the room. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I didn't leave until I heard more knocking coming from the front door and the sound of somebody saying police. Then I left and carefully went back into the living room. Thankfully, the police were there, and I let them inside. They had found the guy trying to get inside the back door of our house, and he was arrested. I was relieved to hear that, and I was never bothered by him again. I'm a female and in college. This all happened about 6 months ago. I've had a Snapchat since I was in middle school and have more friends on that app than I can even count. I get added by new people all the time, and I usually accept the people who add me, but that has since changed. I would post stories occasionally when I was with friends or whatever. One time, a guy screenshotted my story who I didn't know. I didn't really think much of it though until it happened again. When it did, I clicked on his profile, and I really had no idea who the guy was or when we had become Snapchat friends. He didn't have a Bitmoji, so I had no idea what he looked like. I searched his name on Instagram and Facebook, but it was a pretty common name and brought back no useful results. After that, I moved on. The next time I posted a story, he screenshotted it again though. This time, I sent him a message and asked him why he always screenshotted my stories. He opened up my Snapchat a very short time later and replied with a picture. I opened it up and was extremely creeped out. It was a picture of his wall that had countless photos of me taped to it. I saw many of the photos that I had posted on Instagram and all of my recent Snapchat stories. There were also some pictures from my Facebook and basically any photo of me that was online. But it got worse. There were some photos of me on his wall that I didn't remember being taken, like just pictures of me walking. I took a screenshot of the picture that he sent me and then I blocked his account. I couldn't believe what I had seen. Then I made my Instagram and Facebook accounts private. But that's when I realized maybe this guy was already one of my followers or friends. I searched his name on Facebook and sure enough, we were friends. I showed his profile to my parents and told them about what had happened. That's when I learned something very creepy. They told me that he was one of our neighbors and lived just down the street. We live in a pretty large neighborhood, and I definitely didn't know all of our neighbors. I only know a few. I guess my dad had helped him snowblow his driveway a few years back. I couldn't believe it. My dad went over to talk to the guy, but he denied everything. I blocked the guy on all social media, and I hope I never see him again. This is something pretty strange that happened not too long ago. I would like to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to share my name, but I have an Instagram page. I'm just a regular guy for the most part, and I have a job that I've worked at for a while now. I used to post on Instagram occasionally, here and there. Not too long ago though, I started posting reels. They're basically short videos that you can post on Instagram, and they've become very popular recently. I just played around with them, and started posting kind of a lot, and a couple of them got quite a bit of likes. I started gaining more followers than I ever thought I would, and so I kept posting the reels. Over time, I had over 10,000 Instagram followers, and I really enjoyed posting the reel videos. I would post them on pretty much a daily basis, both at work, at home, or wherever I was really. It was when I had been posting reels for maybe 3 months when this story takes place. One day, I opened up Instagram and saw that I had a direct message. I would get direct messages here and there, sometimes from people who watched my videos, other times from friends wanting to show me stuff. This message was from a company which I won't mention. I had never heard of them, but I saw that they were verified and had a decent number of followers. They said that they loved my videos and would like to sponsor one of my upcoming ones. When I read this, I was very excited. I had never dreamed of making any money from the videos. I didn't know how much they were offering, but anything was better than nothing, and the company seemed pretty cool to me. I responded to them, saying I was interested, and they said they would send me an email with more details. The company wanted to send me a couple of products, and I would talk about them in a post. I got the email from them and filled out a contract form with all of my information. Then, I waited and was told I should receive them within a week or so. Over the next few days, I went on with my regular schedule. I worked at generally the same time every day, which was pretty early, and I would get home sometimes in the afternoon. But on Thursday of that week, I got lucky and did not have to come into work until 11 a.m., but I would still get out at the same time. This was really nice, and I could sleep in for a few hours because I usually left for work at about 7:30 a.m. I had my alarm set for 9, but that didn't wake me up. I was awoken a little bit earlier than that at about 8:30. When I woke up, I immediately heard the sound of glass breaking. I was really confused. Then I heard more noises, as if somebody was entering my house. The sounds were coming from the other side of the house, near where the dining room was. My house wasn't all that big, so I could hear noises from almost all parts of it. Somebody was definitely inside with me. I kept listening and heard more sounds, like maybe there was more than one person here. My heart started racing, and I couldn't believe what was going on. Somebody was breaking into my house at 8:30 in the morning. I got my phone to dial 911. The noises continued, and it seemed as though whoever was in here was not at all concerned about being quiet. There were at least 2 people, possibly more. I spoke on the phone, telling everything that was going on, and I spoke as quietly as I could. Luckily for me, it didn't sound like they were coming any closer to my bedroom. I got off the phone with 911 and was hoping that they would get there as soon as possible. I was told that they should arrive within a few minutes. Meanwhile, I still heard the people moving throughout my house. I was really nervous that whoever was in my house would move to my bedroom. As of that moment, they hadn't moved from the other end of the house, but I knew it was still possible. I didn't have a lock on my bedroom door and didn't want to take any chances either. I decided that I would try to move into my bathroom. It was right next door to my bedroom in the hallway, but I would have to open my bedroom door and then close the bathroom door, and I didn't want to make any noise. I decided to try and do it anyways, before the people in my house thought about coming towards my bedroom. I moved to my door and opened it slowly and as quietly as possible. Once it was open, I carefully walked to the bathroom door. As I was walking there though, I suddenly heard footsteps coming near. I rushed inside and shut the door, making a little more noise than I intended. The door shut and I locked it. I was just happy to be safely inside. I heard the footsteps then moving back and walking away. Just barely, I heard men's voices coming from the other side of the house. There was more movement, and soon I stopped hearing any noises at all. It was as if they had left. I stayed inside the bathroom with the door locked for about 5 more minutes until the police arrived. I heard them knocking on the door, and I carefully left the bathroom and walked over to the front door of my house. I let the police in and spoke with them while they searched the entire place. The men who had broken in were gone. My back window that looked out to the backyard from the dining room was smashed. Several things inside were also stolen. I was glad to be okay, but really frustrated about it. I just hoped that they would be able to find who had done it. So what does this have to do with Instagram? At first, I didn't think anything at all. But only after a few days went by and I didn't receive anything in the mail, I went to check Instagram. I was going to send a direct message to the company asking when it would arrive, but they were just gone. It was as if their account had been deleted. When I looked up the company, I found a different page for them which was also verified. I realized that the contract that they had me sign, I'd given my address in it. Plus, if they had seen my posts, they very possibly would have known my work schedule and even seen details of my house. As for the page being verified, I found out that people can pay a little bit of money to have any page verified now. I think it was all a setup. Why, I don't know, and maybe it was just a crazy coincidence, but I'm convinced otherwise. Like many people, I have used Facebook for years. I've had an account since I was in high school. This is something that happened maybe 5 years ago though. Over the years, I've accumulated about 1,000 friends on Facebook. No, I don't know all of them in real life. Sometimes I just get random requests and end up accepting them. So one night, I remember going on Facebook after seeing several notifications. I would post on Facebook here and there, sometimes with pictures and things like that. Well, some guy commented on about 10 of my posts. Many of the comments he left were somewhat creepy. I clicked on his profile, and there wasn't a lot of information, but based on his picture, and seeing that we didn't have any mutual friends, I did not know him at all. Still, he was on my friends list. I honestly couldn't remember ever accepting his friend request, but I guessed that at one point I must have. After seeing his comments, I deleted him as one of my friends, and then deleted his comments as well. But the very next day, I saw on Facebook that I had a message request from somebody. After looking, I noticed that it was the same guy. He was saying hi to me, and without even responding, I blocked him. Well, that wasn't the end of his harassment. Probably the next day, I got a message request and a friend request from a new account. I quickly realized, though, that it was the same man based on the profile picture, even though his name was different. He said hi to me, and I did message him back this time, but I only did to tell the guy to leave me alone. He didn't. He continued to send me messages, so I blocked this account as well. After that, I didn't hear from him anymore. I thought that was the end of it, but it actually wasn't. About 2 weeks after I had last heard from him, I got a Facebook message from one of my friends. I was told that there was a guy making creepy and terrible posts about me. When I was sent a link, I saw that it was the guy that I had blocked. I looked at his page, and he had made several posts talking badly of me. He called me several names, as well as posting my picture. The guy had to have been insane or something. I really didn't even know who he was. I reported him for this, as did several of my friends. Luckily, within a few days, the account had been taken down. I'm not sure if the guy took it down or if Facebook did. I'm sure that he violated some of their terms or something. Anyways, I'm just glad that he didn't know where I lived. After that, I never heard from him again. I still can't believe that it happens sometimes, though. To go through that much trouble to message me is crazy. I use Snapchat a lot to talk to friends. I never thought that I would have a scary experience on it. There have been times that people have added me and I didn't really know who they were, but nothing strange has ever happened. Usually, it's either a bot or somebody who I've never heard from. Well, one day, I got added by somebody on Snapchat who I didn't know. The name was very generic sounding. I believe it was John Johnson with no space between the first and last name. Seemed pretty fake to me. He immediately sent me a picture, which I opened. What I saw was a very close-up picture of a guy wearing a really creepy-looking mask. The mask fully covered his face and had almost white skin color and was smiling so that you could see all of the teeth. The eyes also appeared to be all white. It was very weird to see. I figured it was a joke. I did not send a picture back, but responded by asking who this was. He sent another picture of basically the same thing. I was creeped out by it and did not respond again. Instead, I just blocked his account. I didn't even know who he was, but I really didn't like him just sending me creepy pictures like that. After that, I was not added by any other accounts for the rest of the night. I also didn't get any more strange snaps either. But the story doesn't end there. I work an office job that's about 15 minutes away from where I live and right by the city. I'm there in the office every weekday. One day after work, I was leaving. I park in a parking garage that's attached to the building. I was up on the 3rd level. By now, there were still quite a few cars around, but it wasn't packed. As I got inside of my car, something caught my eye. There was a man walking through the parking garage, wearing the same mask that I had seen in the Snapchat. I didn't waste any time, and I drove away. I didn't want to see the guy get into a car and try to follow me or something. The whole way home, I couldn't believe that I had seen that. It had to be the same guy, and somehow he knew who I was. He was wearing the exact same creepy mask. After that day, though, I didn't see him again. I still don't know who that was. I'm a 24-year-old female. A few months ago, I was scrolling through my Instagram Explore page. When I did, I stumbled across a photo of a building that looked exactly like my apartment complex. I clicked on the photo, and I realized that it was in fact my apartment complex. I looked at the caption, but there wasn't one. The picture only had 10 likes, and the username didn't really make any sense. I clicked on the account out of curiosity. When I did, I saw that the account had a total of 3 photos posted to it. The first was a picture of the apartment complex. The second was a photo of a car, and when I looked closer, I saw that it was my car. It was parked in a parking lot. And the third photo was a picture of my place of work, which was a nearby restaurant where I was a server. Immediately, I was a little weirded out by this. The page only had a handful of followers, and they all seemed to be those people who mass follow one another, or were bots. I thought that it had to be one of my friends playing some sort of joke on me, so I took a screenshot and sent it in a group chat which had some of my friends in it. When I did, they all denied it. This surprised me, and I sent it to literally every friend I could imagine would do something like this, but they all denied it and said no. Still, I was a little skeptical of them. I went back onto Instagram and messaged the page asking who this was and if it was a joke. I saw almost immediately that the message had been seen by the user. For a while, it said they were typing, but then it went away and they never responded to me. A few days went by, and I remembered to check on the page again. This time I saw that there had been 2 new photos posted. One of them was me at work as I was working, and the other was of my apartment building again. But this time it was zoomed in onto my apartment specifically, and not just the whole building. I knew it wasn't a joke anymore, and it wasn't one of my friends pulling a prank on me. I sent it to my friends again, and they all seemed genuinely concerned for me this time. I tried for a long time to think of who it could possibly be that was running the page, but I really didn't have a guess at all. Another day went by, and at night, as I was getting into bed, I heard the doorknob to my apartment being jiggled, as if someone was trying to unlock it. I immediately thought of the page, and my mind started racing. Just then, I heard the door unlock. I don't know how it happened, but whoever it was must have picked the lock. My apartment building was old, so I'm honestly not that surprised. I wanted to call the police, but my room was visible from the front door, and my phone was charging on the other side of the room.
I realized I would be seen if I got up, so I lay there and pretended to be asleep. I was terrified, but I felt like it was the only thing I could do. I heard footsteps slowly walk into my apartment and over towards my room. The closer they got, the more scared I became. I heard them walk all the way over to me until it felt like they were standing right over me. It was the scaredest I had ever been. I didn't know if I could take it anymore, and I was extremely close to just getting up, but I tried my best to remain natural. Then, I heard the footsteps slowly walk away and out my door, then my door shut. I couldn't believe it. I was very relieved and slowly got up. I guess that my instincts had paid off. However, I still had no idea who this person was and why they just walked in and then left. I also didn't see their face at all, so I couldn't identify anyone. I waited a few minutes and then got up and grabbed my phone to call the police. They showed up about 20 minutes later. When they did, I showed them everything, and they searched the building. They weren't able to find anything, however, and the next day, there was a new post on the Instagram page. It was of me sleeping in my bed. Now I knew why they had broken into my place. The police came back shortly after that to talk to me once again, and not too long after that, all the photos and the Instagram page were deleted. I thought that with all that had happened, whoever it was would have been found, but I don't believe they ever were. I moved out of my apartment shortly after that, and I now live in a different city, but the whole thing still creeps me out.
This is something that happened years ago now. It all started one day when I went on Facebook and saw that I had a new friend request. It was from a woman who I didn't know. We did have a mutual friend, which was somebody that I was barely friends with, but lived in the area. I accepted her request without giving it too much thought. I did not click on her profile to learn more about her or anything. Later in the day, though, I noticed that she sent me a message on Facebook. I logged back on and saw that she said hi to me. I responded saying hi back to her, and after that we had a brief conversation. The conversation that first day was not too long, just kind of back and forth getting to know each other. But the only thing that this woman really told me about herself was that she was my same age and that she worked in a nearby city. She seemed pretty nice for the most part though. That night, I thought that I saw her at my house. This was probably like 3 hours after our conversation on Facebook. I noticed this car parked across the street from my house on the side of the road. It was an unusual thing to see, and I just randomly noticed it. But when I did, I also saw that there appeared to be a woman in the driver's seat of the car, and she looked an awful lot like the woman messaging me on Facebook. This was really weird. I moved away from the window so that she wouldn't see me. Then I wondered to myself if this woman was possibly one of my neighbors, or if she was at my house for some reason. A short time later, I checked the window again, but she was still there in her car. I thought about messaging her on Facebook, but decided not to. A while later, when I checked the window again, the car was gone. For the rest of that night, I was left wondering what exactly that was about. I was creeped out by this, and decided to stop messaging her. But the next day, she messaged me again. We had kind of ended our conversation the previous night. When I had told her that I had to go because I was cooking dinner, she said okay. Then I had not said anything back to her. But now, on this day, she said, "Hey, what's up?" to me. I didn't respond. But just a couple of hours later, she said, "You there?" I finally responded. I asked her what was up, and she asked me how I was doing. After I said good, I asked her what city she lived in. She named a city that was close to mine, but not the same one. This ruled her out as being one of my neighbors. I didn't want to mention that I saw her parked on my street the previous night. I continued with the conversation for a short time, but then the woman asked to meet up with me. She said a time and day, but I told her that I was busy. She continued to message me and then started to become rude. The woman seemed to be upset that I declined her request to meet. I then confronted her, saying that I saw her at my house the previous night, but she completely denied it.
At that point, I blocked her. This was just too weird, and I wanted to put it behind me. When I blocked her, I did feel better, but I also knew that she seemed to know where I lived. I had a feeling that she might show up again, and unfortunately, I was right. That very same night, she was back. This time, though, she knocked on my front door. I was in the kitchen when I heard it, and I think it was about 8 p.m. I walked over to the front door, and after looking out and seeing the woman, I moved back. However, after she knocked again, I heard the woman then shouting at me that she knew I was home. She demanded that I let her in. I went to the door, and without opening it, I shouted that I was calling the police if she didn't leave. But this didn't stop her. She stayed at my front door, occasionally knocking on it. When I realized that she wasn't leaving, I did call the police. I stayed in my living room near the front door. The woman remained there the entire time. About 15 minutes later, the police got there. I heard the woman arguing with them for a while. Eventually, though, they got her to leave me alone. She was told that if she came back to my property again, she would be arrested. I was afraid that she would, but luckily, after that, I didn't see her again. I really don't know what her problem with me was. I also don't know how she even found me in the first place. After this happened, I contacted the one mutual friend that I had with the woman to find out more. Like I said, the mutual friend that we had was a guy that I barely knew. We had gone to high school together but never really talked much. We knew who each other were though. When I asked him, he told me that he honestly had no clue when he became friends with the woman or who she was, so I didn't really get much clarification there. I'm just happy that the woman actually left me alone after that.
My name is Bree. When I went to high school, during my senior year, early on in the first semester, I remember noticing this one new kid in our school. I would call him Dave for this story. I had never seen him at our school before, and I had a history class with him. For the most part, that's all I knew of him. Beyond that, I didn't really notice him much at all. The next semester, I didn't have any classes with Dave. It was pretty early on in that second semester that one of my friends told me something shortly after I had gotten to school one day. She told me that Dave had been posting some really weird and borderline creepy Snapchat stories of me. Nobody in my friend group was friends with Dave on Snapchat, but apparently my friend had heard from a mutual friend about it. Somebody who was friends with Dave on Snapchat had seen his stories and found them really odd. When I asked for examples, I was told that he had occasionally taken photos of me in class or in the hallway without my knowledge. Other times, he would post random pictures and mention me for whatever reason. To me, this did seem pretty strange, and I felt like I should tell Dave to stop. But I knew this might be really awkward to do, or he might deny it altogether. I thought about it for a little while, but I never really saw Dave anymore anyways. I didn't have any classes with him anymore. Plus, I never saw him in the hallways in between classes either. Our school was pretty big, with about 2,000 students total. Over time, I just kind of ignored it. I figured that maybe he was a bit of a creep, or maybe he had a crush on me, but if he didn't see me anymore, he would get over it. Roughly 2 weeks after finding out about this, I was told once again by a friend that Dave had posted a weird story about me. My friend had actually befriended Dave on Snapchat to see his stories. He posted a picture of my car in the student parking lot, saying the caption, "My favorite girl's car." Obviously, I found this really weird, and I knew that I needed to ask Dave to stop. Unfortunately, I could never seem to find Dave in the hallways, and I didn't want to go out looking for him. I decided that I would just add Dave on Snapchat, just for the purpose of asking him to stop posting weird things about me. So that day, when I got home from school, I asked my friend for Dave's username, and she gave it to me. Once I added Dave, he added me back, and he immediately snapped me saying hi. I snapped him back, telling him that I was made aware of the strange things that he was posting about me, and that I needed him to stop doing so. He opened my snap, but didn't reply. Then, I deleted him. A couple of hours later, when I was in my bedroom, I suddenly heard a loud noise against my window. I had been at my desk finishing homework, which was about 5 feet from the window. I looked over to it, and there was another loud bang. This time, the window broke, and glass shattered everywhere. I jumped back and saw Dave standing right outside the window. He then started cursing at me. I was terrified. I already knew he did some creepy things, but this was really crossing the line. Then he came closer and started to crawl through the broken window. I jumped up and ran out of the room. My parents were home, but on the other side of the house in the living room. I ran over to them and was frantically screaming that somebody had broken in. Dave did not leave my bedroom, and after we called the police, he must have left because when they got there, he was gone. Thankfully, I knew exactly who he was, and he was found that same night. It was a bad idea for me to add him on Snapchat because my location was on, and I guess Dave could see exactly where I lived then. Since then, I've turned my location off, and I'm much more careful of who I add on Snapchat. Nothing else crazy like this has happened to me, though.
I'm a female and have an Instagram account like many other people. I post pictures on my page here and there, and I always enjoy seeing how many likes and comments that my pictures get. Most of the comments and likes are from my good friends, but of course, not all of them are. Like many other people, I've experienced several creeps online. Sometimes random men will like my pictures, comment on them, or even send me direct messages. They can get kind of creepy, and sometimes I even delete them. For the most part though, I don't really care. It happens here and there and doesn't bother me. I remember though, one time, about a year ago, I posted a picture on Instagram and some guy liked it and commented on it. I read the comment, but didn't bother to click on his profile or anything. I did not know him, but he commented something like, "Very nice," with a fire emoji. But not long after this, he sent me a direct message as well. He simply said hi to me, but I had no interest in responding. I did click on his page though to see who he was. He looked much older than me and only had a few pictures. I had no idea who he was, and we didn't have any mutual followers, so I ignored him. I've gotten many direct messages from people who I don't know, and most of the time, I don't respond to them. They usually get the idea and leave me alone after I don't reply. I figured this would be no different, but the man sent me another direct message the next day. This one I also ignored. I didn't even open it. Over the next few days, he sent several more messages to me. I didn't bother to read any of them, and I figured eventually the man would give up, but he didn't. Over the next week or so, he sent me messages basically every single day. I would get Instagram notifications several times a day, and at least one of them would be from the man sending me another message. Eventually, I got tired of it and decided to finally block the guy. But before I did, I wanted to read through the messages that he sent me. Right away, I saw that he had sent a photo, and it was my house. I realized that this was no ordinary creep. This man must live in the area, and he somehow knew where I lived. I looked at the other messages that he sent me. He said hi to me over and over again, and then blatantly told me that he knew where I lived. That was followed by a picture of my house, and then him saying hi to me again. I wasn't quite sure what to do. I reported his account to Instagram and then blocked him. However, I wasn't really confident that anything would be done. I didn't think this was worth going to the police either, because I didn't think that the man had broken any laws. Still, I was now very worried. What was this man capable of? I found myself looking out my front window almost constantly for the rest of the day. I lived by myself in a 2-story home near a major US city. For the rest of that day, I did not have to go anywhere, and I did my best to stop worrying. I called several of my friends and spoke with them about it. Unfortunately, none of them could come over and keep me company that night because they were either working or had prior plans. I started to feel better when nothing strange happened for a few hours. But then, nighttime came. At around 10 p.m., I was in my living room watching a movie on my TV. By now, my windows were covered with the shades, and I wasn't thinking about the guy as much. My phone hadn't received any strange Instagram notifications either. Part of me had been worried that the man would make another Instagram account and message me again, but that didn't happen. At one point during the movie, I randomly remembered and had the thought to check out the window again. It had been several hours since I had last checked. I turned behind me on the couch and carefully lifted the blinds back. That's when I saw a car parked right out front on the street that I did not recognize. Could that be him? With it being dark out and stuff, obviously I couldn't tell who was driving, but I could tell that there was a person in the driver's seat. I quickly covered the window back up and wondered if the person had seen me. I sat there on the couch for a few moments, thinking of what I should do. Then I heard a car door open and shut. The person was getting out. I carefully moved the window shades again, just barely, just enough to see out. I saw a man walking towards the house through my front yard. This was definitely him. He walked up closer to the house, and I heard him moving just outside of my window. I couldn't believe that this was happening. I really hoped that he would not try to break in. I heard him walking further down to behind the house. This time, I was calling the police for sure. I took out my phone and dialed. I stayed where I was on the couch and spoke with the police as I waited for them to arrive. During this time, I didn't hear or see anything indicating where the man was. Several minutes later, though, I heard a car door open and shut again outside. I was hoping that it was the police arriving, and I looked outside, but instead, I saw it was the man driving away. I was so glad that he was gone, but I also knew that the police would not be able to catch him right away now. They arrived about 5 minutes later. I told them about the man leaving, and gave the best description of him and the car that I could, but I didn't get a very good look at either. I still didn't feel that confident about him being located. I gave the police the whole story, but I had blocked the account, and when I looked at accounts that I had blocked, it must have been deleted because it was gone. After the police left, I was still very worried. I decided that I would stay at one of my friend's houses for the next few days. This was a big help to me because I knew that the man still knew where I lived and he might return. The very next night, I got a direct message request from a random Instagram account. The username was user and then a bunch of random numbers, and it had no profile picture. They sent me just a photograph, and it was of my bedroom window. It was taken from my yard. That must have been what he was doing. I showed the picture to my friend, and we went to the police with it, but I don't know that there was much they could do. The account had no pictures or any information on it. They did say that they would investigate, though. Several days went by without anything happening. I decided that I would return to my house. I drove back there in the morning, but when I got there, I noticed that it had been broken into. The window to the back door had been smashed. I called the police immediately and ran back outside to my car in fear that the man was still inside my house. They arrived very quickly and entered my house. They were inside for a while, but soon they came out with the man. He had been hiding inside of my house. I guess he had broken in the previous night and was waiting for me to return. I'm so glad that he was caught, and I will never forget that experience.
I'm a senior in college at the moment. This happened during last semester in the fall. Like most college kids, I use Snapchat to communicate with the majority of my friends, and I've used it for many years. I don't really get added by people that much unless I know them in person, so around the beginning of last semester when I started getting added by people a lot, I thought it was strange. It didn't take me long at all to figure out that the people adding me were bots. I would get added by a bot roughly once a week, sometimes multiple times in a week. They would always be a female, and oftentimes would send me some sort of spam chat message or something like that. When this happened, I would always just ignore it and would never add them back or anything like that. One day, I got added by another account with a female name. I looked at the account to see that it was more than likely another spam account. I didn't recognize the name, and the user didn't have a snap score when I looked. After that, I deleted them and moved on. But a short time later, I received a Snapchat from them. It was a text message, and I expected it to be another spam message, but when I clicked on the chat, it was pretty threatening. They said something like I better watch my back, and I was in trouble. They also said they were going to get me. This actually got me to respond. I asked who this was and why they said that. They only responded to say basically the same thing, but in all caps. I was kind of creeped out by this. I was a pretty quiet guy and didn't really have that many friends at college, but the friends that I did have were very close, and I knew they wouldn't do something like that to me. But still, I decided to ask any of them if they knew anything about it. They all told me no, and didn't seem to know why I was getting these messages. The next day, I got another threatening and cryptic message. It was just saying basically that I was a bad person and that I was in trouble. I asked who the person was who was sending me this. They didn't respond to me at all, and at that point, I decided to block them. That way, they wouldn't be able to contact me anymore. But later in that day, I saw I was added by another account. This account was another female name. I decided to look up the name, but it came back with no results on all social media sites that I looked it up on. They sent me the same message again, and I immediately blocked the account this time also. After that, I started getting paranoid. Everywhere that I went around campus, I would wonder if I was being watched, or who wanted to get me. When I was in classes, I would wonder if it was another student, or when I was in the cafeteria, I would look around to see if anyone was watching me. I never seemed to get any clues as to why someone was threatening me like this. I didn't get added again for 2 days, but then I was added by another person. This person's name I also didn't recognize, and I got another message from them. At this point, I looked in my settings and was able to change them so that nobody could send me snaps unless I had added them back. This made me feel a little bit better. I did get added by another person the next day, but I never bothered to look after I didn't recognize their name. After this, I figured whoever it was would give up. I didn't get added by anyone else for a while. I was starting to feel better about things, until one day I was added by another user again. When I looked, it was actually a girl who I had in a class with me, and she occasionally talked to me. I added her back, but a short time later, I saw that she had snapped me. When I opened up the message, I could clearly see that it was someone else pretending to be her. Her snap score was very low, and I got another threatening message. I immediately blocked the account. This really creeped me out to know that whoever was threatening me even knew the name of the classmates who I talked to. For the rest of the semester, I was on edge, but I didn't get added by any more people. This semester has gone by fine, and nothing has happened since. I just still wonder who it was, though, and why they were doing it.
This story happened back when I was in college. Like many college guys, I used Snapchat quite a bit. I had probably over 1,000 Snapchat friends and would communicate with most of my friends through the app. I got to know a lot of my classmates better through snapping them or having snap streaks. Anyways, to get to the story, it all started one night when I was studying in my bedroom. I lived in a house with 2 roommates who were some good friends that I had made my freshman year. I had my own bedroom upstairs in the house, and so did each of my roommates. When I study, I tend to get distracted by my phone quite a bit, and when I looked at it on my desk, I saw somebody had added me on Snapchat. It was a girl named Kaylee. Her username didn't have a last name in it, just a bunch of numbers, so I wasn't quite sure who she was, but I figured that she went to my school, which is pretty large. I added her back, and I snapped her a picture of my face saying hi. She snapped me back, and she appeared to be around my age. We snapped back and forth for the rest of the night, and she told me that she also went to my university. The next night, I found myself home alone and bored. Both of my roommates went to their intramural sports games, and I had stayed home with an assignment, but I finished much earlier than I thought I would. I was still snapping Kaylee, and I told her about my situation. That's when she asked if I wanted her to come over. I really hadn't expected that, and I would have expected her to want to meet in a public place, or at least snap a few days before meeting, but I was cool with it. Kaylee asked me for my address, and I gave it to her. Both me and her were both on the snap map, and it appeared that she lived on the other side of campus. Kaylee snapped me that she was leaving and would be at my place shortly. I went down and attempted to clean up the house a little bit. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I walked downstairs, expecting to see Kaylee, but instead saw some guy. There was a guy with a jacket and winter hat standing at the front door. I was really confused. I opened up the door crack and asked what the guy wanted. He told me that he was Kaylee's friend and had given her a ride to my house. He told me that Kaylee was in the car down the street, but he wanted to make sure it was safe and I wasn't some crazy person. He told me that he was just trying to look out for her and asked if he could come inside and look around. I was really weirded out by this. It caught me by surprise, and I told the guy to give me a second, and then I closed the door. I checked the snap map, and it showed Kaylee as being literally right outside of my front door, right where the guy was standing. I knew this wasn't right. I snapped Kaylee, asking who the guy was. She began typing quickly, and as she was typing, I looked outside and saw the guy typing on his phone. Eventually, she sent me a chat, and it said basically the same thing that the guy had said. The guy then knocked on the door again. I yelled from the other side for the guy to just leave, and I wasn't falling for his tricks. I then watched him walk away, and thankfully, he left. About 20 minutes later, I got a snap from Kaylee. I opened it to see a picture of the guy flipping me off. I opened it, but didn't respond. A short time later, I got another snap. This one was of the same guy saying, "You still fell for a fake girl, you effing idiot." I then blocked the account. He was right in the fact that I had fallen for a fake girl, but I had seen pictures of her and wondered how he had done it. After some research though, I learned that the guy probably got some type of app that allows you to send pictures of snaps of whatever you want without it appearing as an uploaded photo. It's complicated, but not too hard to figure out. All the guy needed was multiple selfies of the same girl. I had noticed that her selfie style was a little different, but I looked past it. This whole thing was kind of embarrassing for me, but I'm just happy to say that I'm okay.
I'm a typical guy, and I have the Instagram app. I go on it basically every day to check out what my friends are doing and follow my favorite sports teams and things like that. One thing that I do a lot is go on the Explore page. This is just a bunch of random posts from accounts you don't follow, but that might interest you. It's interesting to look at them sometimes, and every new time you log into Instagram though, it's completely different. Now, I don't remember exactly when this started, but I know that I saw the same picture on the Explore page twice. This isn't a big deal, but then I saw it a third time. I thought this was pretty strange, but I still didn't click on it. A couple of times later though, I saw it yet again. I truly don't know how many times I saw the picture, but it just kept showing up. Eventually, I caved and I clicked on it, wondering why I kept seeing it. This photo was a picture of a car. It was seemingly random. The car was not particularly new or old, it just looked average. It was a gray 4-door sedan. The picture did not have the number of likes listed and didn't have any comments either. I clicked on the page, and it was a random word with numbers, and the profile picture was one of the cars. The page only had like 5 followers. On the page were 4 photos, and they were all of different cars. It was like somebody had just walked down the street and took pictures of random parked cars, but none of the cars were really that unique. 2 were on the side of the street parked, and 1 was in the driveway, and another was in a parking lot. I noticed that one of the cars in the photos was the same make and model that I had. Then I examined the photo a little bit closer. I soon realized that that was my car. I could tell that it was parked in my driveway. This gave me the chills when I saw it. Who ran this account? I shared the picture with a couple of my friends. None of the pictures had any captions or comments on them. My friends agreed that it was really weird, but didn't know who would do that or why. I was really curious, and I thought about commenting or sending a message to the page, but I decided not to. The very next day, I went on Instagram again. This time, I saw the same picture of my car on the Explore page. I clicked on it wondering if it was new, but it was in fact the same one. Then I clicked on the profile again because I saw that they had posted a story. The story was a poll. The poll said, "Which one?" Then there were the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. I did not vote because I didn't understand it at all at the time. I thought this was just really weird and decided to leave it alone. I got off of Instagram, and for the rest of the day, I didn't go anywhere. My car sat there in the driveway where it always did. I went to bed that night and got up the next morning to go to work. When I headed out for my car, it was gone. I couldn't believe it. I remembered the posts and everything. I called the police and then my boss. Luckily, my boss didn't mind, and she said I could come in a little bit late after I took care of the police report and everything. They took down all of the information that I could give them, including about the strange Instagram page. Unfortunately, when I looked, it had been deleted. The police assured me that they would do what they could to find my vehicle. I took a Lyft to work and back, and was able to get a rental car later that day through insurance. For the next few days, I was thinking about it all the time, until finally, I got a call that the police had located my vehicle. It was found abandoned, parked on the side of the road, about 20 miles away. Luckily, it had no damage. I was able to get it back, but I don't think the police ever found out who did it. That Instagram page was really bizarre though. Was the poll a way of deciding which car the person was going to steal? And why would they post these things on Instagram anyways? Either way, I hope nothing like this happens again.
This happened many years ago in 2013. I used Facebook quite a bit back then, but I don't really use it at all anymore. On a daily basis, I would use the Facebook app on my phone and had the Messenger app as well. I talked to several of my friends that way, and when this happened, I was about 19 years old. I had probably upwards of 500 friends on there, which is a lot of people, but I've seen accounts with thousands. Anyways, I got a friend request from a girl named Veronica. I saw that we had about 5 mutual friends, and based on her picture, she looked nice. I looked at her profile page, but there wasn't much there. Just her age, which was also 19, and she had 2 pictures, and I saw that she had about 200 friends. After skimming over her page, I didn't actually know who she was, but I accepted the friend request. Our mutual friends were some people who I had gone to high school with, but didn't really know all that well, as well as one other person who I didn't go to high school with, but lived in the general area. Not too long after I accepted her request, she sent me a message. I went to the Messenger app and I started talking with her. She was really cool and we hit it off. We talked for probably about a week before we wanted to meet up. I knew that she lived in the area, but I didn't know exactly where. Veronica suggested that we meet at a local mall, and there was a really popular shopping center about 10 minutes from my house. We decided to meet that Saturday at 11 a.m. In the meantime, we kept talking quite a bit, just like usual. When it was Saturday, I drove to the mall and went inside. It was pretty busy with it being a weekend. I had let Veronica know when I was leaving, and I think she left at around the same time as me. When I got inside, I messaged her that I was there, but that's when she stopped replying to me initially. At first, she told me that she was inside the mall and would look for me, but after that, I told her where I was and she didn't go there. I was standing in the food court for like 10 minutes and didn't see any sign of her. I reached out to her again, but did not get a response. I did see that she had seen my message though. When she didn't show up for another 5 minutes, I decided to walk around the mall looking for her. I figured that maybe the signal on her phone was bad or something, or maybe she had put her phone in her pocket with our conversation still open. I was just telling myself things like that, but I started to get a bad feeling. The mall was pretty big. It wasn't like the Mall of America or anything, but it was a decent size, and it did have 2 levels. There were also a lot of people there, so it would be tough, but not impossible to find someone. At one point though, when I was looking around, I did see this one guy who kind of looked like he was staring at me from afar. When I walked all around the mall, I saw the guy again, but he was walking a ways back behind me. I walked around for maybe 20 minutes. I really wanted to meet Veronica, but the more I walked around, the more I felt like she wasn't actually there. Then, finally, I felt my phone vibrate. I looked, and Veronica had sent me a message. She said, "Come to the entrance by the food court." That was the first area that I had been, and I had told her when I was there. I walked back over to it, which took me about 2 or 3 minutes. When I got back there, I looked around. It was still crowded, but I didn't see Veronica. I was a good ways away from the entrance doors, and I started to walk over to them. But that's when I noticed that the same guy that I had seen multiple times before was right there. He was standing right by the entrance and kind of looking around. Then, when he made eye contact with me for a brief moment, he walked behind one of the doors. I started to get suspicious, and I decided that I was just going to leave, but I was going to leave in a different door than that one. I began walking in the opposite direction. When I did, I noticed the guy then start to walk through the food court towards me. I picked up the pace and turned a corner to another hallway. I walked quickly and did make it to the exit. I didn't see the man behind me when I made it there. After that, I walked around the mall on the outside until I made it to the parking lot that I had parked in. Then I drove home. By the time I was home, I looked and saw that I had a message from Veronica. The message said, "Why didn't you come to the food court entrance like I asked? Why did you just leave?" By this time, I knew that Veronica likely didn't exist, and the one guy that I saw was running the account. I asked her to send me a picture of herself right now. Then she blocked me. That pretty much confirmed my suspicions. I was disappointed, obviously, but I also felt good that I wasn't a victim to anything further than being catfished. From that point forward, I was much more careful with who I talked to online.
This happened back when I was a college student. During that time, I shared a house with a roommate named Stephanie, and we each had our own bedroom. When I was in college, I used the Snapchat app on a daily basis. Quite a few of my friends are on Snapchat, not just from college, but from high school and other places as well. I snap with quite a few of them regularly. One night, I got added by someone new on Snapchat. When I looked at the username, I didn't know who it was. It was a guy, and I thought that possibly he had went to my school or something. Maybe I had met him at one point. At that time, I had been in college for a couple of years and had met lots of people in my time there. I added the user back, seeing that his Bitmoji was a pretty typical looking guy. Not long after this, I received a snap from him. I opened it, curious as to who he was and what he was sending me. It was just a blank picture of nothing really. It seemed to be all black. I wondered why he sent me this, but I just opened it and did not respond. A couple of hours went by. Now it was a little bit later at night. My roommate Stephanie was gone, and I was at home by myself and in my bedroom. I was doing some homework, but was planning to go to bed soon. I received another Snapchat from the same guy though.
Like before, it was a picture. This time, though, I opened it, and the picture looked like it was of my house, and the picture was taken from my street. When I saw this, I wondered how this person could be there. Did they know this was my house? I sent a chat to the guy and asked him what he was doing. He opened it, but did not immediately reply. I went to my bedroom window, which was covered, and lifted the blinds slightly to look outside. When I did not see anything. I couldn't see the whole street from my window, but did see part of it. I was hoping that maybe he was just walking by. And maybe this was one of my friends who actually knew me and was playing a joke. It seemed pretty unlikely for that to be the case, though. Hopefully the guy was gone now. About 5 minutes or so went by. I had gone back to my homework and was just about done. I saw that I got another snap from the same guy, though. This time, it was not a picture, but a chat. It said, "Open your front door." I got up and left my bedroom. Carefully, I walked over to the living room and looked out of the window that had a view of the front step. I saw a man standing there, right outside of the front door. From where I was, I couldn't see the guy's face, but about up to his shoulders, so I really didn't know who he was, but he didn't appear to be anybody that I recognized. I had no plans to open the door for him. I responded, asking who he was. He did not reply. I threatened to call the police. I said, "If you don't leave or tell me who you are, I will call the cops." He opened that, but did not respond to it. I watched him continue to stand at the front step. Then, after about a minute, I saw him leave the step and go to the left. It was out of my sight, and I hoped and assumed that he was leaving. I went to another window and looked out of it in the direction that he went. I didn't see anything, though. This probably meant that he was gone now. For the next several minutes, I went around the house and looked out just about every side of it, but did not see the guy. This made me feel better, and I figured that he was gone. Then I went back into my bedroom. I should have gone to sleep right then, but I wasn't that tired anymore. It wasn't all that late either. I was done studying, though, and went into my room and turned on my TV. About an hour later, I felt my phone vibrate next to me on the bed. I picked it up and saw yet another snap from the same guy. At first, I didn't want to open it, but ultimately, I decided to. It was a picture, and after opening it, I saw that it was a close-up of my bedroom window. I looked over to the window, but couldn't see out of it at all because of the thick blinds that I had. Then I heard a knocking on the window. I took out my phone and dialed 911. I couldn't take it anymore. Then I ran out of my bedroom and into the bathroom down the hallway. I locked the door and waited for the police to arrive. In the meantime, I blocked his account on Snapchat and did not want any more snaps from him. When I was inside the bathroom, I didn't hear anything after blocking the guy. He wouldn't be able to contact me, and I didn't hear any noises from the window or anything. I really had no idea what was going on. I just hoped that he wouldn't try to break into the house or anything. Eventually, the cops got there. It was only then that I finally left the bathroom. They told me that they found a man hiding in my backyard. He was a man that I did not recognize at all, and I'm not sure how he knew me or got my Snapchat. I did have my location on through Snap Maps, though, which is how he knew where I lived. Since this incident, I only accept friends on Snapchat if I actually know them and who they are. I'm a female and graduated from high school a few years ago. This story took place during my junior year. At the time, like most people, I used Snapchat to talk to most of my friends and would be on the app all the time. One day, I was back home from school and happened to be home alone. Both my parents were out shopping and my younger sister was at her friend's house. I was just doing homework in my room that I really needed to get done and playing music from my phone, which I had at my desk with me. I would occasionally go on my phone to snap my friends or change the song. As I was on Snapchat, I accidentally swiped over too far and went to the Snap Map. I was about to go back, but then noticed that according to my Snap Map, my friend Abby was right outside of my house. I hadn't heard a knock on the door or anything like that, and it seemed really strange, because Abby went to school with me and was in my grade, but it wasn't like we were good friends or anything. In fact, I don't think I had ever hung out with Abby outside of school. I knew she lived in my same city, but didn't live in my exact neighborhood. I decided to send her a snap and ask her what she was doing at my house. After I sent it, before I could even put my phone down, I saw that she had opened the snap, but as I waited for her to respond, she never did. It was really strange that my snap map was showing her currently outside of my house. I looked out my bedroom window, but didn't see her or anybody. Then, I decided to leave my bedroom and look outside the front door where I would have a better view. When I got to the living room, I wasn't hearing or seeing anything. I walked towards the front door, and it was then that I thought I heard some movement coming from the back end of the house outside. I looked back over to the back door where I heard the noise. There wasn't a good view from outside where I was, so I couldn't immediately see anything. I walked over to the back door and looked outside of it. When I did, I didn't see anything at all. I went out the back door and looked around. I even called out for Abby, but I got no response. I then walked all around the yard looking before going back inside. I looked at my phone once again and now saw that Abby showed as being a few blocks away. I guessed that she had left. I decided to call her because it seemed so strange to me, but when I did, she didn't answer me. The next day, when I got to school, I decided to find Abby and ask her what she was doing at my house. I knew sort of where her locker was, so before class, I approached her and asked. When I did, she looked confused. She told me that she hadn't been there, and after telling her I saw her on my snap map, she was even more confused. She said that she had lost her phone the previous day and thought that somebody had stolen it from her. Suddenly, it became much more creepy to me. That hadn't been Abby in my house, but somebody else. I went right back on my phone to look at her location on Snapchat, but the location of her account was now off. When I got home from school that day, I told my parents about what had happened. We all kept a close eye outside for the next few days, but luckily never saw anybody.
Just a few months ago, I had a terrifying experience that I will never forget. It all started one night when I went on Facebook. As I was browsing the homepage, looking at posts from my friends and stuff, I got a notification of a new message. I clicked on it and saw that it was from a guy named James. I had worked with James a while back briefly. I didn't really know him that well, and had only spoken to him a few times at the job that we shared. I hadn't worked there in over a year though, and I didn't even know if he still worked there. James said hi to me, and I found it a little bit strange for him to randomly message me, but I said hi back to him. We got to talking a little bit, just catching up, or so I thought. But not long into this conversation at all, the messages from James started getting inappropriate. I stopped messaging him at that point, but he continued to send me more messages. It was at that moment that I decided to delete him as a friend. I wasn't even really friends with him in real life. I didn't know what got into him for him to randomly message me and then talk like that, but I figured that I wouldn't hear from him anymore. Several days went by, and I didn't. But then, one night, I was home by myself in my apartment. There was a random knock at my front door at 10 o'clock. I was not expecting anybody. I got up and walked over to the door. Before I opened it though, I decided to check through my peephole to see who was there. I thought maybe it was a neighbor, because who else would it be? But James was standing there. I found this to be really odd. How did he know where I lived? I never told him that. I chose not to answer, but he knocked again. I ignored this too. I honestly figured that he would probably leave after I didn't answer the door. I walked away and didn't hear any more knocking for a while. So I remember that probably 10 minutes later, I got up and went back over to the door. I expected James to be gone, but he wasn't. He was still standing there right outside of my door. And I think that he must have heard me walking to the door from the other side, because right after seeing him, he walked up to the door and tried to open it. The door was locked, so he didn't get in. Then I saw him go to his pocket and take something small out. He then went to the door and I believe started trying to pick the lock. As soon as I saw this, I took out my phone and I called for the police. I told them what was happening. They said they would be there as soon as possible. Then I went into my bedroom and locked the door. In case James broke in, I needed to get away from the front door. The police were fast to arrive. Within probably 5 minutes, they were at my apartment. James had not been able to pick my lock or get inside. I remember hearing them talk to James, and I came out of my room and saw that they arrested James for attempting to break into my apartment. I never really got an answer as to why he did it, or why then. Either way, I'm hoping to never see James again.
I'm a female and have an Instagram account like many other people. I post pictures on my page here and there, and I always enjoy seeing how many likes and comments that my pictures get. Most of the comments and likes are from my good friends, but of course, not all of them are. Like many other people, I've experienced several creeps online. Sometimes random men will like my pictures, comment on them, or even send me direct messages. They can get kind of creepy, and sometimes I even delete them. For the most part though, I don't really care. It happens here and there and doesn't bother me. I remember though, one time, about a year ago, I posted a picture on Instagram and some guy liked it and commented on it. I read the comment, but didn't bother to click on his profile or anything. I did not know him, but he commented something like, "Very nice," with a fire emoji. But not long after this, he sent me a direct message as well. He simply said hi to me, but I had no interest in responding. I did click on his page though to see who he was. He looked much older than me, and only had a few pictures. I had no idea who he was, and we didn't have any mutual followers, so I ignored him. I've gotten many direct messages from people who I don't know, and most of the time, I don't respond to them. They usually get the idea and leave me alone after I don't reply. I figured this would be no different, but the man sent me another direct message the next day. This one I also ignored. I didn't even open it. Over the next few days, he sent several more messages to me. I didn't bother to read any of them, and I figured eventually the man would give up, but he didn't. Over the next week or so, he sent me messages basically every single day. I would get Instagram notifications several times a day, and at least one of them would be from the man sending me another message. Eventually, I got tired of it and decided to finally block the guy. But before I did, I wanted to read through the messages that he sent me. Right away, I saw that he had sent a photo, and it was my house. I realized that this was no ordinary creep. This man must live in the area, and he somehow knew where I lived. I looked at the other messages that he sent me. He said hi to me over and over again, and then blatantly told me that he knew where I lived. That was followed by a picture of my house, and then him saying hi to me again. I wasn't quite sure what to do. I reported his account to Instagram and then blocked him. However, I wasn't really confident that anything would be done. I didn't think this was worth going to the police either, because I didn't think that the man had broken any laws. Still, I was now very worried. What was this man capable of? I found myself looking out my front window almost constantly for the rest of the day. I lived by myself in a 2-story home near a major US city. For the rest of that day, I did not have to go anywhere, and I did my best to stop worrying. I called several of my friends and spoke with them about it. Unfortunately, none of them could come over and keep me company that night because they were either working or had prior plans. I started to feel better when nothing strange happened for a few hours. But then, nighttime came. At around 10 p.m., I was in my living room watching a movie on my TV. By now, my windows were covered with the shades, and I wasn't thinking about the guy as much. My phone hadn't received any strange Instagram notifications either. Part of me had been worried that the man would make another Instagram account and message me again, but that didn't happen. At one point during the movie, I randomly remembered and had the thought to check out the window again. It had been several hours since I had last checked. I turned behind me on the couch and carefully lifted the blinds back. That's when I saw a car parked right out front on the street that I did not recognize. Could that be him? With it being dark out and stuff, obviously I couldn't tell who was driving, but I could tell that there was a person in the driver's seat. I quickly covered the window back up and wondered if the person had seen me. I sat there on the couch for a few moments, thinking of what I should do. Then I heard a car door open and shut. The person was getting out. I carefully moved the window shades again, just barely, just enough to see out. I saw a man walking towards the house through my front yard. This was definitely him. He walked up closer to the house, and I heard him moving just outside of my window. I couldn't believe that this was happening. I really hoped that he would not try to break in. I heard him walking further down to behind the house. This time, I was calling the police for sure. I took out my phone and dialed. I stayed where I was on the couch and spoke with the police as I waited for them to arrive. During this time, I didn't hear or see anything indicating where the man was. Several minutes later, though, I heard a car door open and shut again outside. I was hoping that it was the police arriving, and I looked outside, but instead, I saw it was the man driving away. I was so glad that he was gone, but I also knew that the police would not be able to catch him right away now. They arrived about 5 minutes later. I told them about the man leaving, and gave the best description of him and the car that I could, but I didn't get a very good look at either. I still didn't feel that confident about him being located. I gave the police the whole story, but I had blocked the account, and when I looked at accounts that I had blocked, it must have been deleted because it was gone. After the police left, I was still very worried. I decided that I would stay at one of my friends' houses for the next few days. This was a big help to me because I knew that the man still knew where I lived and he might return. The very next night, I got a direct message request from a random Instagram account. The username was user and then a bunch of random numbers, and it had no profile picture. They sent me just a photograph, and it was of my bedroom window. It was taken from my yard. That must have been what he was doing. I showed the picture to my friend, and we went to the police with it, but I don't know that there was much they could do. The account had no pictures or any information on it. They did say that they would investigate, though. Several days went by without anything happening. I decided that I would return to my house. I drove back there in the morning, but when I got there, I noticed that it had been broken into. The window to the back door had been smashed. I called the police immediately and ran back outside to my car in fear that the man was still inside my house. They arrived very quickly and entered my house. They were inside for a while, but soon they came out with the man. He had been hiding inside of my house. I guess he had broken in the previous night and was waiting for me to return. I'm so glad that he was caught, and I will never forget that experience.
This story happened to me last summer. I'm a 20-year-old guy and in my junior year of college. I was just relaxing on my phone in bed one night, a little bit past 1 a.m. I was right about to go to sleep when I saw the Snapchat notification on the top of my screen that a girl named Caitlin Smith had added me. Her name sounded sort of familiar to me, but I couldn't say that I knew who she was, so I went to the app and added her back. Then I went to Instagram and looked up her name to see if I recognized her. Unfortunately, there was very many girls by the name of Caitlin Smith to come up, so I had no idea which one was her, if any. I went on Snapchat again and looked at her snap score. When I saw that it was only 5, I immediately realized that this was probably a fake account, and then I deleted her on Snapchat. After that, I went to bed. The next morning when I woke up, my phone had several Snapchats on it from Caitlin Smith. At that point, I realized that I had my Snapchat settings so that even people that weren't my friends could still send me snaps. The first 2 were text chats. The first one read, "You deleted me," and the second one said, "Ha ha 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 ha." The next 2 snaps were both pictures, and they were all black with text of her cursing at me in various ways. I was pretty alarmed to see this, and when I clicked on her account once again, I saw that I had been blocked by her. I really didn't know who this was or why they were messing with me. Then came the scariest part. When I opened up my blinds in my bedroom window that morning, it revealed a sticky note that was stuck to it from the outside. I had to go outside to retrieve it to see what was written on it, and when I read it, it said, "Watch yourself." I remembered after that my Snapchat location was always on, and even though I had deleted the Caitlin user, we had still been friends for a good 10 minutes, which was more than enough time for her to screenshot my place on the map. I ended up texting all of my friends asking them if this was a joke, but to this day they all seriously deny it, and I really don't think it was any of them. Nothing happened again, but I have since made sure that my location is always off.
This happened when I was a senior in high school. Snapchat was how I communicated with all of my friends during that time. In fact, I would bet that Snapchat was the most popular app in the entire school. I went to a pretty large high school and really enjoyed it. Sometime in the fall semester, though, I was added on Snapchat by a new user. It happened on a day shortly after I arrived at school. It did not seem like a bot or anything like that, but I still didn't know who this person was. The username was Josh something. It was a lot of numbers, and the name was just Josh. There were probably a few people named Josh at my school. I added the account back without giving it much thought. Not long after doing so, Josh sent me a Snapchat. It was a chat though, not a picture. He said hi to me and what's up. I responded asking him who he was and how I knew him. He claimed to go to my school and mentioned it by name. I believed him and had no reason not to. I don't remember exactly what I said after that, probably just cool or something. We talked very briefly, but I didn't know what he looked like, so I didn't know if I had a class with him or anything.
The conversation didn't last very long, and I stopped talking with him. But later on, in that same school day, I got another Snapchat from Josh. Once again, it was just a chat, and I still didn't know what he looked like. He said, "Meet me behind the school near the English hallway doors after school." That was kind of weird. Why was he asking me to meet him after school? I knew where that exit was from the English hallway. It was rarely used and in the back corner of the school in a quieter area. I asked him why. He said to just please show up. I really wanted to know who exactly this guy was, but when I clicked on his username again, there was no way of knowing. He didn't have a last name or initial, just Josh and a bunch of numbers. So when the school day ended, I did not go behind the school like he asked. I just left through the main side exit and went to my car in the student parking lot. I got another snap from him, and I saw it when I got into my car. He asked me where I was, and I left him on open and then started to drive home. The drive home was normal. When I got to my street where I lived with my parents, though, a car followed me onto it. We lived on a quieter street, and I did not recognize the car. I pulled into my driveway, and the car kept going down the street. I went inside and unpacked my school things, then went into my bedroom. I could see out the window that the same car was now parked on the side of the street a little ways up. The way that it parked, kind of in front of our yard, seemed a little bit strange to me. I couldn't tell who was inside of it, though. It was a red two-door sedan, kind of smaller and looked to be fairly old, at least 15 years old. I covered my window and then went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Not long after, I remembered that the car was gone. Pretty soon, I forgot all about it. I didn't get any Snapchats from Josh and had a pretty normal day. That night, though, when I got into my bedroom to go to bed, I saw the car again. It was parked in the same spot, the same red car. I couldn't tell if anybody was inside of it or not. I had a really bad feeling, though. I left my bedroom and found my dad and told him about it. This just seemed really strange, and I didn't know who it was. I wasn't sure what my dad wanted to do about it, but I figured that I should let him know. He left the house, I guess to go get a closer look at the car. I watched him from the window. Now, I had no idea if anybody was inside of the car or not. It was too hard to tell from where I was. When my dad got about halfway to the car, suddenly it started driving. It sped off and went down the street past my dad standing in our front yard. When the car was gone, my dad came back inside. He said that he saw some man driving. We were glad that the car was now gone. I didn't connect the car to the person on Snapchat, but the next morning I remembered the person. When I looked on Snapchat, I had been blocked from the account. I asked around some friends at school, and none of them knew who the Josh guy could possibly be. I'm pretty sure that a grown man was pretending to be the Josh guy and tried to get me to go with him. He probably followed me home after I didn't meet up with him like he asked. It's really creepy to think about if that was in fact the case. The good thing, though, is that I've never heard from him again or saw the car after that. Lately on Snapchat, there seems to be a lot of bots. I used to be added by spam accounts every once in a while, but not very often. Within the last few months, though, it seems to be happening much more than before. I'm not sure if that's how it's been for everyone else or just me. But anyways, a couple of weeks ago, I was on my phone and on Instagram while bored in between classes. I'm in college and have a gap in between classes during Mondays and Wednesdays. As I was on Instagram, I saw a notification come on the top of my screen that somebody had added me on Snapchat. I didn't recognize the name, and it sounded fake to me, so I figured it was definitely a bot. I was so sure of this that I didn't even bother to go to Snapchat. I just stayed on Instagram. After my class was over, I then went home. I live off of campus in a sort of older college house with 2 other guys as my roommates. When I got back home, I was the only one there and went up to my room. I noticed that the bot account that had added me on Snapchat had sent me a snap. I then went on Snapchat to block and delete the account and was expecting to see the normal spam chat that the bots would send me. But when I got to Instagram, I saw that I hadn't been sent a chat, but instead a purple square as though it was a video. I debated even opening it, but out of curiosity, I decided to. After I clicked on it, I was surprised by what I saw. It was a video of a dark room being lit up only by the light of a camera, as if the person's phone had the flash on. They were walking around a dark room, and I occasionally saw their feet and part of their legs as they were walking. It appeared to be an unfinished basement that they were in. I then started to hear a creepy laughing noise. As the videos went on, the camera began to show more around the basement, and I realized that it looked an awful lot like our basement. I then noticed the TV box that we had down there, and that's when I knew for sure. The video then seemed 100 times more creepy to me than it already was, and my heart started pounding. The person in the video kept walking around and laughing, and then the camera turned to face the person. It was a man smiling with really long and messy hair. I had no idea who he was. The video then abruptly ended when it seemed like he was about to say something. I immediately left my bedroom and walked down the stairs to the basement door. I put my ear up to it and listened closely. I didn't hear anything at first, and I even thought about going down there, but then thought I heard a noise. I then didn't waste any time and left our house and got into my car. I decided to drive away because I didn't feel safe there anymore and went back to campus. I then told all my roommates about what had happened. Later that day, when we were all together, we felt much more brave and returned. We decided to all go down to the basement, but when we did, we found that it was empty and nobody was inside of it. We went around the house outside and saw that one of the windows leading down to the basement was broken and appeared to be open. We ended up fixing that up, and since then, the person has deleted me on Snapchat, and I have no idea who they are.
I've had a Facebook account for many years now. I think that I made one when I was about 13 or 14 years old, and this is something that happened back then. I'm not sure exactly when it was, but I know I was a teenager. So I would go on Facebook all the time, probably several times a day on average. Well, one time I ended up getting hacked. The way I found out was that I got a text from one of my friends from school. She told me that she thought my account had been hacked. I logged into Facebook and saw that my account had made several bizarre and random posts late the previous night. Some of them were as if somebody had just dragged their hand across the keyboard and hit send. Others were strange sentences of words that didn't really make much sense. I was really embarrassed. There were even a few comments from friends with question marks on some of the posts. I didn't know who would do this to me or who would know my password. As I scrolled down on my page, I saw that there were even more posts that were made from my account. I quickly changed my password, then looked at them. Most of the posts were made within a 2-hour window the previous night, from about midnight to 2 a.m. There were about 20 posts in total. Then I got to one of the first ones that had been made. This post was the only one with a photo attached to it. It was a picture at nighttime of the house that I lived in. At the time, I lived there with my parents and 2 older siblings. The post said, "This is where I live, everyone." It looked like the photo had been taken from our driveway, possibly the street. When I saw that, I was so creeped out. But since I changed my password, whoever this was would not have access anymore. I quickly deleted every post that they had made on my account. Then I wrote a post saying how my account had been hacked the previous night, and the posts were not made by me. But after that, I never found out who did it. I asked several friends, wondering if it was a joke or something, but they all denied it. I've even asked some of them years later, but nobody ever admitted it. And to be honest, I just don't think that it was any of my friends. It could have been someone I went to school with, possibly, or somebody that I don't know at all. I never found out. But the fact that they seemingly were at my house after midnight really gives me the creeps.
This story happened a few years back. I was a 19-year-old college girl traveling to New York City for the first time over summer break. I went with 3 of my friends and we stayed in a hotel right in Manhattan. The second day we were there, we went to Central Park. We walked around quite a bit and posed for several pictures in a few different locations. We went to some other fun places in the city and got back to our hotel later that night. The next morning, we posted our photos on Instagram. It took us a while to find the exact photos that we wanted to post, and when we all finally posted, we started to get lots of Instagram notifications from likes. I got some comments from my friends and lots of likes myself. I was also tagged in my friends' photos that they posted. I was getting lots of notifications, but later in the day, I noticed a new notification that I was tagged in another photo. This was different because my friends had already posted. I clicked on the photo and saw that it was a picture of me. It was the same pose that I was doing in one of my photos, but this was from a different angle. I could tell that it wasn't taken by one of my friends. There had to be a decent number of people out there when we were, so I had no memory of who could have taken the photo. The user that posted the photo didn't have a profile picture, and their name was just a bunch of scrambled letters. I clicked on their profile to see, and they had 0 followers and weren't following anybody either. This was their only post, and the photo had no caption at all. I showed it to my friends, and we all found it creepy. None of them remembered seeing anyone who could have taken the picture. I also didn't know how whoever posted this found my Instagram or knew my name. I got a little bit creeped out from it, but I tried not to let it bother me. But a short time later, I got a message from the user. I opened up Instagram and clicked on the direct messages. They said hello. I responded by asking who the person was. They simply responded by saying they knew who I was and where I was staying. Then they mentioned the name of the hotel I was at. Reading it really freaked me out. Thankfully, we were leaving the next day to go back home, but we still had a night to get through with some creepy person knowing where we were staying. We didn't get much sleep that night at all, if any, but nothing happened out of the ordinary. The next day we left to go back home, and the account didn't message me. Once we got back home, I felt much safer, and I actually forgot about the creepy incident. That is until about a week later, when the account messaged me again. They asked how my home city was and mentioned it by name. I once again got freaked out, but this time I blocked the account. I changed all my settings to private after that. I didn't have any more creepy things happen after, but I sometimes wonder who that person was and why they were messaging me.
I'm a 23-year-old female living in a 2-bedroom house with my roommate. I moved into the house last year. My roommate is one of my good friends from college who happened to take a job in the same city as me, which isn't very far from the college we attended together. I would use Snapchat every day and had a pretty large number of friends on there and people who I snapped. I would get added by guys that I didn't know quite a bit. Sometimes I wouldn't know them at all, and other times they would be guys that I went to school with or actually did know in some way. One night last summer, I was in my bedroom just chilling on my laptop when I casually looked at my phone to see a few Snapchat notifications. I saw that somebody had added me named Josh M. I didn't really think that I recognized him, but I wasn't quite sure, so I added him back and then was going to send him a snap asking who he was. But before I could, he beat me to it. He sent me a snap, and I opened it up. It was a picture of about half of his face, and he said, "Hey." He appeared to be in a dark area, and I couldn't tell much detail at all about him other than he was white with darkish hair. I sent him a snap back saying, "Do I know you?" He snapped me back almost immediately saying, "Yes, don't you remember me?" I asked him where I knew him from because I really didn't remember him. He just responded with a snap of his face and no words. I wasn't believing that he knew me at all, because after seeing more snaps of his face, he wasn't looking any more familiar. I didn't respond to him, but he sent me another snap a minute later asking me what I was doing. I told him nothing and asked him once again how he knew me. He didn't answer me this time either, and once again sent a blank snap of his face. He wasn't really making any sense, and when I left him on red again, he sent me another snap asking where I was. In that moment, I was happy to remember that I never had my location turned on in Snapchat, so nobody could ever tell where I was. I wanted to know more about this guy, so I clicked on his profile on Snapchat to see his username. But when I did, I noticed that he had his Snapchat location turned on. I then clicked on the map to see where he was and maybe get a better idea of where he was from. But when I did, I couldn't believe my eyes. He appeared to be right outside my house on the street. My heart suddenly started racing. My blinds were covering the windows of my bedroom, so I couldn't see out. I decided to slowly walk over to them and carefully look out. I noticed a car parked on the side of the street. It was a little ways away, and I figured this had to be the guy. I then went back on my phone to see that he had snapped me again.
I opened it and could now see that he was in a car. He asked me to stop leaving him on red, and at this point, I sent him a snap asking him where he was right now. I saw he opened the snap right away, but he didn't respond right away like he usually did. I waited several minutes, but he never did reply. I then looked back at the snap map, but he was now gone. He had turned his location off. I was afraid he had realized I was onto him and was now hiding. I slowly went back to the window, but when I looked out, the car was now gone. I was terrified. I now had no idea where he was and thought maybe he just parked down the street and was going to try to break into my house or something. I called my roommate to tell her what was going on, but I knew that she was at work and the chances of her picking up were slim. Sure enough, she didn't answer. I quickly went around the house making sure that all of the doors and windows were closed and locked. Thankfully, they all were. I went back into my bedroom and locked the door. I was just hoping that whoever this Josh guy was had actually left and wouldn't come back. About 20 minutes later, I heard a noise coming from my front door area. My heart started to pound even harder than it already was. I knew the door was locked though, so I was just hoping whoever was in there wouldn't try to break in. I got out my phone ready to call the police. Then, I heard the sound of the door opening. I couldn't believe it and I started to freak out, until finally, I heard the voice of my roommate. It was her coming home from work early and not the Josh guy. I was so relieved and went over and told her everything. We were both a little creeped out for the rest of the night, but the Josh guy never came back. The next day, the Josh user had been deleted from Snapchat. I never did find out who he was or why he was seemingly stalking me.
This happened 2 years ago now. I'm a female and live alone in an apartment building. Like many people, I have an Instagram page that I post on pretty regularly. I would say I post on average at least once a month. I enjoy posting pictures on Instagram, but I know that occasionally you have to deal with a bot or a creepy person. For the most part, I hadn't had any bad experiences until this happened. One day I opened the Instagram app and saw that I had a direct message. It was from one of my followers, a guy named Tim. I didn't know him and I didn't follow him either. I'm not sure how long he had been following me for, but he sent me a message asking if I could come and hang out with him. I found this to be kind of weird and did not respond. I mean, he didn't even have a conversation with me and I didn't know him. He couldn't possibly expect me to just say yes. And based on his profile picture, I wasn't interested in him. I figured that he wouldn't message me again after that. But the next day, he sent me another message. He once more asked me to hang out with him and said that he could pick me up. This time, I responded and said, "No thanks, I appreciate the offer though." Now he had to understand that I wasn't interested. Tim then tried to convince me, but I ignored him. I didn't really know why he was sending me these messages seemingly out of nowhere. The next day, I didn't get any more messages from him. I figured that he would stop communicating with me at that point. The following night, I went grocery shopping after work. I would go shopping occasionally here and there whenever I needed to. I didn't have a particular routine or anything. I was inside of the store shopping for about 20 minutes. The time was probably about 8 p.m. or so. After I was done shopping, I headed out to my car in the parking lot. By now, it was mostly quiet, but there were a few people here and there. I got all the way to my vehicle, only to see that there was a car parked next to me. I started to take my groceries out of the cart and put them in my car. That's when the door opened to the car next to me and a guy got out. I did not recognize him. He just seemed like another guy going shopping, but he didn't walk to the store and instead headed straight for me. At first, I was confused, but he then said my name and asked me why I thought I could ignore him. I realized that it was Tim from Instagram, and I did recognize him from his picture at that point. I was too confused to say anything though. He said that he was here now, and we were together, so we may as well hang out. I finally spoke and asked him what he was doing and how he knew I would be here. He claimed that it was a coincidence. I finished putting my groceries in my car and said that I had to get home. I closed my trunk and then tried to walk around him to my driver's door, but he stopped me by grabbing my arm. He told me to come on and go with him. I asked him to let me go and said that he was hurting my arm,
but he started to pull me away towards his car. He was a lot stronger than I was, and we started moving towards his vehicle. Then I started yelling as loud as I could. I was yelling help and telling him to let me go. There were luckily a few people that were walking to their cars in the parking lot a ways away. They took notice of what was going on though, and when Tim saw this, he let me go and told me to shut up. I instantly ran around my car for the driver's door and got inside. Tim followed me, but I locked the door before he could get in. I didn't waste any time, and I drove out of there. Tim had to run back to his car, and I left the parking lot extremely fast. By the time he started his car, I had already left. I went around another nearby store that was out of his sight. Then I took some random residential roads until I was sure he wasn't following me. After that, I drove home. I was so focused on not letting him follow me that I forgot to call the police for a while, but eventually I did. I told him everything that happened, but when I got to my Instagram page, his account was gone. I think he deleted it. Still, after that night, I never saw Tim or heard from him again.
My name is Jamie. A few years ago, several strange things started happening. It all began around Facebook. I logged into my account one day to find a new message from somebody. I used Facebook pretty regularly at the time, and I had for years. Over all the time that I had a Facebook, I received hundreds of friend requests. I certainly didn't know many of the people on my friends list. I would probably get about 5 to 10 friend requests per week on average, and most of the time I would just accept them. The message that I had received looked like spam. It was like multiple links, and those links were really long. There was no text to go along with the links, and I didn't open them. It was sent from some guy with no profile picture. I figured that he was some spam account, and I accidentally accepted a friend request from him or something in the past. I deleted the conversation and unfriended the guy. But only the next day, I got a very similar message. It was from another user. This time, the user did have a profile picture, but it was really generic. I think it was just a logo of a sports team. This person had also sent some random links. By now, I was suspecting that there was some type of Facebook hack going around, and spam messages were being sent. I just deleted them and went on, but they didn't stop. The next day, I had spam messages from multiple accounts. I was wondering what was going on. Then, the day after that is when things got even weirder and took a creepy twist. I saw that I had a friend request, and when I looked at it, the username was Jamie Smith Sucks. Jamie Smith is actually my real name, and I also got a friend request with somebody with the username Jamie Smith is an idiot. I clicked on these profiles, and they looked like they had just been created. Somebody was seemingly trying to mess with me. I didn't know who, and I didn't know why. Obviously, I declined those goofy friend requests, and I decided that I would not go on Facebook for a few days. I deleted the app from my phone, and I didn't go on it through my laptop either, but I couldn't escape the strange things. The next day or two went by fine, but then, one night at about midnight, there was a knock on my front door. I lived by myself in an apartment, and I walked over to the door wondering who would be there so late. No one was there when I looked. The next day, this happened again. A knocking at my door, but nobody was there when I looked outside. The day after that, I left my place to find that there was a picture on the floor right in front of my door. The picture was my Facebook profile pic, and it appeared as though somebody had just printed it off on a piece of paper. This was really starting to concern me, but I had no idea what could be done about it. The last straw was the next day. It was 11 o'clock at night, and I was home in my apartment. There was once again another knocking at my front door. Immediately following the knock, I heard that the knob to the door was turned. Luckily, the door was in fact locked. I walked over and looked out. No one was there again. I opened up the door, and on the ground was at least 100 pieces of paper with my profile picture printed on them. They were all stacked in a pile. I took them all and went to the police the next day. I told them everything and made a report. Beyond that, there wasn't much that I could do. But surprisingly, after I went to the police, everything just stopped. There was no more knocks at my door, no more things left outside, and no more weird Facebook messages or friend requests. I still don't know who did that to me, though.
I had a really scary experience a couple of years ago. Now, during this time, I was back at my parents' house for the summer after my freshman year of college. I have a best friend named Jake. He lived like 2 blocks away, and we would walk to each other's houses all the time. We'd play video games together and had played on the same basketball team in high school. One night that summer, I was at home and in my bedroom. I had recently got back from my part-time summer job that I had. When I went on Snapchat to respond to some snaps and see what was going on with my friends, I saw that Jake had posted a story. Jake would occasionally post Snapchat stories like most friends, but he wasn't known to post anything that crazy or that many Snapchat stories. Jake is known as a pretty calm guy, and what I saw that he posted was really odd and out of character for him. There was like 10 Snapchat videos with a few pictures as well. Each one was really random and hard to tell what it was. Some appeared to be of the ground at nighttime, others the floor of a house, and you could see a few other people's feet. I couldn't tell who anybody was though. I also couldn't make out anybody speaking in the videos. It was just really bizarre and unlike him to be posting this. I slid up on his story responding to it and asked him what was going on. Within minutes, he had seen my response to his story and opened it but did not reply. The stories had all been posted about an hour earlier, and I wanted to know what was going on, so I decided to go over to his house. Even though it was like 10 o'clock at night, we were that close of friends. I walked the 10 minutes that it took to get to his house, and then knocked on his front door. Jake answered it and asked me what was up. I told him that I saw his stories on Snapchat and was wondering what was going on. He told me that he didn't post anything on Snapchat. Jake went on to say that he lost his phone earlier that morning and tried to find it, but he couldn't. He asked me what was posted to his story. I went inside and we both went over the stories that were posted to his account. I showed them to him, and he realized that somebody must have found his phone and took it. Now they were posting to his Snapchat. Based on the Snapchat videos and pictures, there really wasn't much to go on. We were not that good of detectives to see where the people were. We also didn't know why on earth anybody would post these stories at all. Then, we suddenly remembered the Snap map. Jake had his location turned on. We both figured out whoever took the phone probably turned it off, but we looked anyways just in case. When we did, we saw that his location was actually still on. It showed exactly on the map where his phone was, and it was only about 10 minutes ago that it had been used there. We both compared it to Google Maps and soon had the exact address. It was a house that was maybe a 10-minute drive from where we were. Jake and I both decided to go to the house. We left Jake's house and got into his car. Then we followed the directions to get to the address. None of us had been to that neighborhood before. When we got there, we saw that it did not appear to be the best neighborhood. The houses were small and not very nice looking. They seemed run down, and the yards were overgrown, and we saw several broken down looking cars. Nevertheless, we parked on the side of the road in front of the house. We both got out and walked up to the front door. Then, we confirmed that this was in fact where his phone had been, and it was. Jake firmly knocked on the front door. After a few seconds, we saw the curtains from the front window open for just a split second. We looked over to see somebody ducking back and closing the curtains quickly. They clearly didn't want to be seen. Jake then shouted from the other side of the door. He said that he lost his phone earlier in the day, and the location was showing it to be here. He said that the only thing he wanted was his phone back, and they could just throw it out the door to him and we would leave. We got nothing in response. But about a minute later, we heard a noise from behind the house. Somebody was back there and outside. Now, this was a really bad idea, but we decided to go around back. We left the front step and walked around the side of the house. We hadn't even made it around to the backyard yet when Jake spoke again. He said basically the same thing that he had said before. He really wanted his phone returned to him and was mad that somebody had took it, so I can't really blame him. All of a sudden, though, we heard some yelling and the sound of people running. There were man's voices, and they were telling us to get the F out of here. I saw for a brief second at least 3 men running full speed at us. Jake and I just took off. The guys were a ways back, but approaching quickly. We ran into the front yard and then into the street. The guys were going so fast behind us that we wouldn't be able to make it to Jake's car and get inside of it on time. Instead, we were forced to run past his car and down the street. We were both decently fast guys, but the people behind us seemed to be almost as fast. We made it to the end of that street and then ran to the next one over.
The guys behind us seemed to stop chasing us at that point. There was a little park, and we ran in there and hid behind some trees. We stopped and caught our breath, and we tried to figure out what to do. We stayed there for maybe 5 minutes and then carefully headed back to Jake's car. When we got to his car, we didn't see anybody outside or near the house. After that, we just left. We went back to Jake's, and he said that he would just have to buy a new phone. At least we tried to get it back. Looking back at that night, we probably should not have gone to the house. It could have been really dangerous, but we didn't think about it going into the situation. The location from Jake's phone was turned off after, so I don't know what happened to it. I do know that Jake ended up getting a new phone though.
I am a 19-year-old female and just recently graduated high school last year. This was by far the scariest thing to ever happen to me in my life. It all started midway through my senior year. I was relatively popular in high school, and I would get added on Snapchat by new people almost every day. I had so many friends on Snapchat that I didn't even know a good number of them. I was home alone, relaxing in bed and watching Netflix while my parents were out shopping. I casually went on Snapchat and saw that I had several new snaps. One of them was from some username that I didn't recognize. I didn't know who this was, but I occasionally got snaps from people that I didn't know, and if I didn't want to talk to them, I'd just delete them and it was no problem. After responding to a few of my friends, I opened up the snap from the user that I didn't know to see who this was. Their username was pretty strange. It was like a bunch of random letters and then numbers that didn't spell any words or anything. When I opened up the snap, it was a video of a house. The video started by showing the house from the street and then zooming in towards a window. When I looked at the video for the second time, I saw that the house was mine. It was nighttime in the snap, just as it was outside, so it seemed to have just been taken. This immediately creeped me out, and I went from being relaxed to outright scared. The snap had been sent from the user 22 minutes ago, so I was hoping they had left. But just to be safe, I slowly looked out my window towards the street. When I did, I couldn't see anyone or anything. It all seemed quiet like a normal night. That made me feel a little bit better. But then I got another Snapchat from the user. With my hands shaking, I went to Snapchat and opened it up to see. It was another video. This time, it showed the inside of a basement, which I immediately recognized to be mine. We had an unfinished basement that had dim lighting, and I recognized the light fixture to be ours. I quickly ran to my door and locked it. Then I quietly listened next to my door for any noises as I dialed 911 on my phone. I whispered into the phone as the operator answered, and I explained to them what was going on. I then went into my closet and hid. I was told the police would arrive in 10 to 15 minutes. That was not what I wanted to hear at all, because it seemed like such a long time. The first 5 minutes went by, and they felt like an hour, but I didn't hear any noises or anything. Then I got another Snapchat from the user. I didn't care, and I wasn't going to open it because I knew it would only make me scared. But then I started to get more and more snaps from the person, and they were blowing up my phone. After that, they tried calling me. I stuffed my phone into some of my clothes and just waited for the police to arrive. A couple of minutes went by until I heard the terrifying sound of my bedroom doorknob being turned. I was glad I had locked the door, but I didn't know if whoever this was would be able to break it down or not. Just as I was thinking this, I heard one extremely loud bang from the door, and at the same time I heard this, I heard the sound of sirens off in the distance. There was not another bang, and instead I heard the noise of someone running away. I stayed hiding in the closet until the police arrived, and when they did, the man had run away. I was just grateful to be alive and well. The police stayed with me until my parents arrived home, and the person who was in our house ended up being caught about an hour later. He turned out to be a guy who had gone to my high school 3 years before me and had stalked me from my Snapchat to see where I lived. I don't know why he broke into my house, but he got in through a basement window. I figured I didn't hear it because I had my headphones in when I was watching Netflix. I later got the courage to look at the final snaps he sent me, and they were chilling. The first one was a video of my bedroom door with him approaching. Then, there was a picture of my door with the words "Come out" in all caps. And finally, he sent a picture of his face with an extremely creepy smile. I just finished my freshman year of college. I'm a female, and Snapchat is my main way of communicating with my friends. One day, I got a Snapchat notification that a boy named Ryan had added me. I opened Snapchat and added him back. I checked his Snap score and saw that it was 52,000, so he seemed to be a real guy. His username was Ryan and then a bunch of numbers that I can't remember. I sent him a snap of the top of my head and asked, "Who is this?" About a minute later, he responded. I opened his snap, which was all black, and said, "I saw you on Quick Add and thought I should add you." I left him on red after that, but I didn't delete him. Within a couple hours, I had forgotten all about him. That night, I was laying in bed and watching some TV before I went to sleep. I started to hear a light tapping on my window. I shut off the TV so that I could hear it better. After a couple seconds, I heard it again. There was 2 large bushes in front of my window, and when I looked out, all I could see was leaves and darkness. Then, I saw it. A hand came up from below the window and tapped a few times. I ran out of my room and got my dad, who was in the living room watching TV. He went outside and returned several minutes later, saying he didn't see anyone. I went back into my bedroom and tried to sleep. It took me a long time, but there was no more tapping on my window, and eventually I got some sleep. The next morning, I woke up and checked my phone. There was a snap from Ryan. It was a picture of my house that said, "Why didn't you open your window for me last night?" I went to respond, but he had deleted me. I thought about going to the police, but all I had was his username, and I figured there was nothing that could be done. That night, I was once again laying in bed and relaxing before I got tired enough to sleep. Once again, I heard tapping. This time, instead of running to find my dad, I texted him on my phone and said that the tapping was going on again. It continued for about another minute before I heard commotion outside my window and the sound of my dad yelling. I then called the police, and within 5 minutes they arrived. My dad was holding down the man, who turned out to be in his 30s, and the man was arrested. Since this happened, I turned off my Snap Maps, and I don't add people back unless I know them.
I'm one of those people that's always getting a new phone. I get one almost every year. For me, it's just a personal preference. A lot of times, I trade in my old phone for a new one, but that's not always the case. I happened to just buy a new iPhone a while back, but I still had my old one, so I decided to sell it on Facebook Marketplace. The phone was still pretty new, and I figured that somebody would want it. I listed it for a reasonable price, and within a day, someone had made me an offer. I sold it to them, and after receiving payment, I shipped it to the buyer, which was a man named Elliot. Now, everything seems normal, and it was. He got the phone, and I thought that was the end of that. But maybe like a week later, I got a friend request on Facebook from Elliot, the buyer of the phone. I didn't know him at all, other than that he bought my phone. I clicked on his profile, and I knew that he lived in the same state, in a city that was like an hour or 2 away. When I clicked on his profile, though, there wasn't all that much information because we weren't friends. I thought that it was kind of weird, though, so I declined his request. The next day, he sent me a message. He asked me why I declined his request and said that he really wanted to be friends with me. I told him, "I just sold you the phone. I don't know you at all other than that. Please don't take it personally. I just don't know you."
He kept sending me messages though. He called me some things that I will not repeat here, and he seemed pretty angry. At that point, I blocked him. It was really strange to say the least, but I thought that was the end of it. Now, Elliot did not contact me through Facebook or any other social media for that matter after that. What he did was much worse. The next night, a few hours after I had gotten home from work, there was a knock on the front door. I walked over to the front of my house and looked out the window to see what looked like Elliot standing there. I couldn't believe that he was actually at my house. I never would have guessed that he would have done that. When I saw this, I jumped back and walked away from the door. He knocked again. There was no way that I was answering the door. This guy had to be insane. I heard him yell that he knew I was home from the other side of the door. I'm not sure how he knew that. Maybe he heard me walking when I went by the door. I didn't think that he saw me when I looked out of the window. Still, I wasn't going to answer it. Instead, I called the police. I told them that a man who I had met on Facebook showed up at my house unannounced and uninvited and would not leave. I was told that somebody would be there shortly, and the police got there much faster than I expected. Elliot basically stayed on my front step. He didn't try to force entry, but he sure wasn't leaving. When the police got there, they talked to him, and then they talked to me as well. Eventually, they got Elliot to leave and told him that if he came back, he would be arrested. He agreed not to come back, and luckily, he kept his word. I haven't seen him or been contacted by him since then. I still can't believe that he did that, though.
A few months ago, my best friend Joe and I got invited to one of our other friends' birthday parties. Unfortunately for me, I had to work that night, and I wasn't able to go. However, afterwards, Joe asked if I'd pick him up, and then he'd buy me food. I said sure, because I was always down for free food. I guess they had the party at a bar downtown in the major city that we live near. I was kind of bummed that I had to work, because as I was at work, I saw a few Snapchat stories of some of my friends, and it looked like a pretty good time. When I finally got off of work at about 10:30 p.m., I got a Snapchat from Joe saying he was ready for me to come pick him up. We mainly communicated through the text chat on Snapchat. I told him that I was on the way and asked him where to pick him up from. He then sent me his location on the Snap map, and I could tell the general area where it was. I asked him for a specific address, but he just said to follow his Snapchat location. This made it a little bit harder with no address, but I could still do it. I drove to the area, which was about 15 minutes from where I was. I got to where Joe was on the Snap map, but it was in what appeared to be a back alley behind several businesses. It didn't really look like bars though, just more like warehouse or apartments or something like that. I told Joe I was there, and he said he would be out in a minute. Then he sent me a snap saying he couldn't find me and asked me to get out of my car. I was wondering what Joe's problem was because I thought he was acting really strange. I parked my car and got out. I wasn't intending on being out of my car for long, just enough to call out for Joe to see if I could see where he was. But what happened instead was I saw 3 men start to run out from the building that I was next to. They were running straight for me. I quickly got back inside of my car and locked the door before the men reached me. Thankfully, I hadn't gone more than 2 steps from my car, or I wouldn't have made it back. I had no idea who these men were, but they were now trying to open my doors and all shouting at me. I sped away as fast as I could and drove all the way home. I contacted a few of my other friends who had been with Joe that night, and it was told to me that Joe had lost his phone at the bar earlier. I realized someone must have took it, and was now pretending to be Joe and communicating with his contacts. I went to the police and told them everything. Joe's phone was found cracked and in a dumpster a week later. Joe was able to get a new phone, but I don't think they ever found out who the men were who took it and chased after me.
This is the story of when I lost my phone at a park several years ago. It all happened one night when I was running. I would do lots of jogging for exercise, and this one park in particular was my favorite to go to. It was about a 10-minute drive from my apartment, but it had miles of trails, and I found that hardly anybody else was ever there. One time though, when I was jogging, my headphones died when I was almost done.
This is probably why I didn't realize I dropped my phone, because my music wasn't on, and I would have noticed it turning off. I would always jog with my phone in my left pocket. It must have just fallen out or something. I was kind of surprised that I didn't notice. When I got home that night is when I realized that I didn't have my phone with me. I realized it could have been anywhere on the trail. I first looked in my car, but when it wasn't there, I drove right back to the park. I retraced my steps and spent about an hour trying to locate my phone, but I couldn't find it. I wasn't sure what to do. I really needed my phone, so the next day I went and I bought a cheap one to use until I either found my phone or decided that I would have to get another one. The next day after work, I went back to the park again. I looked again, but came up empty. I was almost certain by now that somebody must have picked it up. Then, later that night, I was on Facebook. I was on my laptop, just on my homepage, when I came across this post. It had been shared quite a few times, and I saw that somebody had posted they found an iPhone. It looked like mine, so I clicked on the post. This person said that they found an iPhone in a park and were trying to locate the owner. They asked people to share the post in hopes that the owner might see it. The phone was locked, so they said they couldn't find out who it belonged to. Right away, I contacted the person who made the post. It was a guy named Rob. I told him that I was sure this was my phone, and I asked him if I could meet him to get it back. He said yes, and suggested that we meet at the same park where I lost it. I was more than fine with that, but when he said to meet at midnight, I was confused. Of course, that instantly made me curious and also suspicious. I asked him why and said that that was really late. The guy claimed that he worked odd hours and was really busy. He said that that was literally the only time that worked for him. I ended up saying fine, because after all, it was a Friday and I didn't have work the following day. Still, I was very suspicious of Rob. Now, when the time came, I drove to the park that night. In the entrance of the park, there was a parking lot which was empty. Then there was a little bit of a field, several entrances to paths, and lots of woods. So I parked my car at about 11:50. Nobody else was there, so I waited. At midnight, I contacted Rob, saying that I was at the park. This was the only parking lot, so I knew he would have to come here. He did not immediately respond to me. I kept waiting and was getting more and more frustrated by the minute. Then I got a message from Rob. He told me to come to the path and said that he had walked there. This confused me even more, but I really wanted my phone, so I got out of my car and looked around. It was completely silent other than leaves rustling in the wind. I took a few steps towards the path. It was in that moment that I saw what appeared to be two large men coming out of the woods. They were walking in my direction, but a long ways away. By now, I was probably like 50 feet away from my car. As soon as I saw these two guys, I started sprinting back for my vehicle. When I got there, I did not bother to look back to see where the men were. I instantly left, driving away and out of the park. I went all the way back home. When I got back, I went onto Facebook and was going to message Rob. I saw that his previous message had been deleted. I sent him an angry message, accusing him of setting me up, trying to rob me, and I said that I was going to the police. He responded denying it, claiming that he was just running late and would be at the park soon. I called the police. I told them the entire story and showed them the messages on my phone. Then I asked Rob to send me my phone in the mail. He was hesitant and claimed that he couldn't do it. However, the police contacted him after that. After they got involved, he finally gave me my phone back. Unfortunately, there was no proof that Rob got those guys to come towards me in the woods. I believe 100% that he was setting me up to get robbed or something. I blocked him not long after. Hopefully, I'd never see him again.
I went to a pretty big college. There was a ton of students that went there, and I enjoyed the experience. This was a few years ago now, but one day after one of my classes, I happened to meet a girl. At the time, I was a freshman, and this was like sort of early on in my first semester. I had only made a few new friends that were in some of my classes. When I was leaving one of my pretty large classes, a girl was walking next to me, who I assumed was in my class, and she complimented me on my shoes. It took me by surprise, and when I saw her, I thought she was good looking, and I complimented her back. This led to me introducing myself to her, and after briefly talking, she asked me for my snap. I was excited by this, and we snapped for the next few days quite a bit. Her name was Jenna, and after getting to know each other over Snapchat, she asked if I wanted to hang out with her that night. I said yes, and she said that her and her roommates were going to the beach to have a fire. At our campus, it was right by a lake, and at one point of the lake there was a beach area and had spots set up for campfires. It was a sort of popular thing for the students to do. I had to work at my campus job until almost 9 p.m. that night, and told Jenna I could come afterwards, and she said that would be great. After work, I drove the 5 minutes or so to the beach and parked at one of the little parking lots. The park area was rather big, and I had never been there before. Jenna snapped me and told me that they were down at the far end of the beach away from the parking lot. She said she would turn on her Snapchat location for me to follow, and when she did, I saw that she was much farther down from where I had parked, but there were no other parking lots. I got out of my car and started to walk into the sand. It was really dark out there, and I had to use the flashlight on my phone to really see. At the end of the beach, there was a wooded area connecting the park to the beach. I walked along the water for a good 2 or 3 minutes looking out for anyone, but I wasn't seeing them. I saw on the snap map that I was getting closer to Jenna, but I wasn't there yet. I kept on walking, when suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of somebody walking towards me rather quickly. They were coming at me from the side near the woods, and I looked over and shined my light. For a split second, I saw the figure of a man, and he was walking right towards me, but as I shined the light on him, he darted to the side and away. I then looked over to him again, and saw that he was coming towards me aggressively now. I kept walking down the beach and tried to dodge away from him, until I felt the man start to grab me. I jumped away and ran quickly up towards the woods. I put my phone in my pocket so the man wouldn't be able to see where I was, and when I had separated myself from the man by a few feet, I turned to the direction that I had come from. I heard the guy running behind me on the beach. He was only a few feet behind me, but eventually I began to outrun him. I kept sprinting as fast as I possibly could, and somehow I made it back to where I had parked the car. I desperately got back inside of my car and drove off as fast as I could without looking back. When I had made it far enough away, I got back on Snapchat to call Jenna and tell her that there was a crazy guy on the beach who had chased me. When I went to call her, though, I was shocked. Jenna had blocked me. It was then that I realized Jenna likely wasn't who she said she was, and instead, she had set me up.
This is something that happened about 4 years ago. It all started when I got added by this random guy on Snapchat. I think his name was John something. I don't remember exactly, but I didn't immediately recognize his name or anything. Still, I added him back and didn't think too much of it. During this time, I was in college working on my master's degree. With the 5+ years that I had spent in college and the various jobs that I worked, I figured he maybe knew me from somewhere. I also had quite a few friends on the Snapchat app. So anyways, a few days went by after this. One day I was at home in my apartment, and for some reason I looked onto the Snap map. This map shows you and all of your friends' locations if they have it turned on. Well, I noticed that there was a guy on the Snap map, seemingly in my apartment complex. It was the guy who had recently added me. I figured that maybe he lived there as well. He did not have his last name on his Snapchat, so I didn't know who he was or how to find out. After that, the next day, I happened to be on the other side of town with a couple of friends. We were at a park working out, and it was kind of a popular area. There were quite a few other people there, and shortly before leaving, I looked on my phone, and I looked at the Snap map again. I remember that my friends and I were seeing where another one of our friends was. Well, I noticed that the same guy was at the park. He did not appear to be right next to me, but was pretty close. I looked around, and I didn't know what he even looked like, but I also didn't notice anything strange. Within my sight, there were probably at least 20 different people. Maybe this was just a coincidence, but it seemed kind of odd to me. Things got even stranger though. I started to get curious, and when I got home, I looked on my Snap map again. Once more, the guy was seemingly right outside of my apartment a short time after I got home. The next day, I went to the grocery store, which was just a couple of miles away from my place. When I was there, I randomly had the thought to look on the map. I thought, there's no way this guy's gonna be here as well. But when I looked, he was there, and according to the map, was in the parking lot.
Now, the locations on Snapchat only update when you're on the app, and they're also not always 100% accurate with location, but they're usually pretty close. I looked around the store for the rest of the time that I was there. I honestly couldn't tell where the guy was though. I didn't even know what he looked like. But this was very suspicious, and I started to wonder if he even lived in my apartment complex, or was he possibly stalking me? When I got home that night, I looked on the map almost immediately. The guy appeared on the map seemingly right outside of my place again. Now I decided to ask him some questions. I sent him a chat on Snapchat asking who he was and how he knows me. After sending the chat, I went into my settings and then turned my location off. Then I saw that the guy had opened my message, but had seemingly left me on red. I was very confused, so I just blocked the guy. Several minutes went by. I lived on the first floor of my apartment building. I was in my living room, and then there was suddenly a knock at my window. It was coming from my bedroom. I went inside, and as soon as I did, saw this man standing there looking into my window. I had never seen him before in my life. This was the guy who added me on Snapchat? I moved out of the room, but he continued to knock on my window, and the knocking was seeming to get louder. I decided to call the police. This guy was appearing to stalk me or something, so I told the police what was going on, and they said that they would be there shortly. Meanwhile, the man at the window had mostly stopped knocking by then. I went into my bedroom to look, and I no longer saw him there. After looking out of the window, it seemed as though he had left. But just moments after that, I heard the sound of somebody trying to open the front door to my apartment. It was locked, and that was followed by a knock at the front door. I stayed in my bedroom. After that one knock, though, I didn't hear anything else. Things were quiet until the police got there maybe 5 to 10 minutes later. After that, I spoke to them and gave them every bit of information that I could. Unfortunately, it seemed like the man had left, and since then, I've never heard from him again.
I'm a typical guy, and I have the Instagram app. I go on it basically every day to check out what my friends are doing and follow my favorite sports teams and things like that. One thing that I do a lot is go on the Explore page. This is just a bunch of random posts from accounts you don't follow, but that might interest you. It's interesting to look at them sometimes, and every new time you log into Instagram though, it's completely different. Now, I don't remember exactly when this started, but I know that I saw the same picture on the Explore page twice. This isn't a big deal, but then I saw it a third time. I thought this was pretty strange, but I still didn't click on it. A couple of times later though, I saw it yet again. I truly don't know how many times I saw the picture, but it just kept showing up. Eventually, I caved and I clicked on it, wondering why I kept seeing it. This photo was a picture of a car. It was seemingly random. The car was not particularly new or old, it just looked average. It was a gray 4-door sedan. The picture did not have the number of likes listed and didn't have any comments either. I clicked on the page, and it was a random word with numbers, and the profile picture was one of the cars. The page only had like 5 followers. On the page were 4 photos, and they were all of different cars. It was like somebody had just walked down the street and took pictures of random parked cars, but none of the cars were really that unique. 2 were on the side of the street parked, and 1 was in the driveway, and another was in a parking lot. I noticed that one of the cars in the photos was the same make and model that I had. Then I examined the photo a little bit closer. I soon realized that that was my car. I could tell that it was parked in my driveway. This gave me the chills when I saw it. Who ran this account? I shared the picture with a couple of my friends. None of the pictures had any captions or comments on them. My friends agreed that it was really weird, but didn't know who would do that or why. I was really curious, and I thought about commenting or sending a message to the page, but I decided not to. The very next day, I went on Instagram again. This time, I saw the same picture of my car on the Explore page. I clicked on it wondering if it was new, but it was in fact the same one. Then I clicked on the profile again because I saw that they had posted a story. The story was a poll. The poll said, "Which one?" Then there were the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. I did not vote because I didn't understand it at all at the time. I thought this was just really weird and decided to leave it alone. I got off of Instagram, and for the rest of the day, I didn't go anywhere. My car sat there in the driveway where it always did. I went to bed that night and got up the next morning to go to work. When I headed out for my car, it was gone. I couldn't believe it. I remembered the posts and everything. I called the police and then my boss. Luckily, my boss didn't mind, and she said I could come in a little bit late, after I took care of the police report and everything. They took down all of the information that I could give them, including about the strange Instagram page. Unfortunately, when I looked, it had been deleted. The police assured me that they would do what they could to find my vehicle. I took a Lyft to work and back, and was able to get a rental car later that day through insurance. For the next few days, I was thinking about it all the time, until finally, I got a call that the police had located my vehicle. It was found abandoned, parked on the side of the road, about 20 miles away. Luckily, it had no damage. I was able to get it back, but I don't think the police ever found out who did it. That Instagram page was really bizarre though. Was the poll a way of deciding which car the person was going to steal? And why would they post these things on Instagram anyways? Either way, I hope nothing like this happens again.
This happened a few weeks ago. At about 10 p.m. on a Sunday night, my best friend texted me and asked me to come over. He said that a girl he had been Snapchatting wanted to come over and hang out, and she was bringing a friend, so I should hang out with them. He said we were all probably just going to sit and chill in the car and chat. I didn't really want to go, but he's my best friend and he's like a brother to me, so I thought, why not be spontaneous? I drove to his house and parked on the side of the road in front. He came out and got into the car with me. He said he had been Snapchatting with this girl for about a month, and she seemed pretty cool. He showed his Snap map to me, which showed the location of his friends if they had it on. The girl had hers on, and it showed her on a road, which was about 10 minutes away. My friend and I hung out for a while in my car, then checked on her Snap map again. It showed her in a city that was past us. My friend was confused as to where she was going, and so he sent her a snap. We waited several minutes for her to reply, but she never did. We checked her map again and saw her in the parking lot of a park, which was about 20 minutes away. My friend tried calling her, but she didn't pick up. It was now almost midnight, and we decided to call it off and both go home and go to bed. Just then, she snapped my friend back and said she was on her way. My friend decided to let her come over after all and said okay. About 20 minutes later, we saw a car pull up into the street and park about 20 feet behind us. My friend told her we were in a car and in front of her. We watched her get out, and when she did, we could see there was at least 3 large men in the car with her. "Did you see that?" my friend asked. "The men?" I said. "Yes," he responded. She got out and started to walk to our car. After she got about 10 feet, my friend told me to drive. I put the car in drive and pulled out of there. As I did, the girl looked pretty surprised and just stood there before the car she was in drove up to her and she got back in. I pulled off my friend's street and could see the car was starting to follow us. I turned as soon as I could and tried to lose the car. I drove a couple of miles toward the middle school that was near us, and I could barely see the car behind us. When I started to drive past the school, I could see a police car sitting in the parking lot, so I drove in and entered the parking lot. The car started to follow us and then drove past. We parked next to the cop, and he questioned us what we were doing. We told him the story, and when my friend went to pull up the Snapchat, he had already been blocked. The cop told us to go home, and we did. I'm glad my friend told me to drive, because I don't know what would have happened to us.
I have a horror story from Snapchat that happened just last year. I use Snapchat quite a bit and communicate with friends on there a lot. I post stories pretty frequently as well. I've had Snapchat for almost 10 years, and over time have accumulated lots of friends on the app. When I post a story, sometimes friends will reply to them and say whatever. Now, starting last year, every time I posted a story, this one guy would seem to reply to it. I didn't really know who he was, but his name on Snapchat was Dave. I don't have any idea when exactly he added me or anything, but he would say things that were sort of creepy. Like one, for example, that stood out was when I posted a picture of my new apartment. The picture was just of like the living room and kitchen. He responded saying, "I wish I knew where you lived." It was almost like he was trying to be weird. I never bothered to delete him or anything because I didn't think it was too much of a problem. He never snapped me outside of responding to my stories, but eventually I got tired of it and deleted him. I didn't really think anything of it after doing so. But the next day, a new account added me on Snapchat. I didn't know that it was him making another account. I added him back out of curiosity because I had no idea who it was. Then, he sent me a snap asking why I deleted him. I then realized who it was and then deleted that account. Not too long after that, he tried to add me again with another one, but I did not add him back. He was using different usernames, but I knew that it was still him. The very next day, I got a text on my phone from a number that I did not recognize. It just said, "Hi," and I asked who it was. It took until like the third text for me to realize that it was the same guy. He started cursing me out, calling me terrible things, and was clearly very angry how I kept ignoring him. I blocked the number after he sent me about 20 texts in the span of 2 minutes. However, this couldn't stop him either. As most of you know, there are apps and websites where you can get new phone numbers for free. I've really never used one, but I know that they exist. I'm guessing that's what this guy was doing, because I got another text a while later. It was very clearly still him. I blocked this number too. Then, a while later, there was another new number. This time, though, he left a voicemail. I listened to it, and the man sounded much older than me. He basically called me every name in the book and then threatened me. I blocked his number. This continued for several days. I tried to ignore it as best as I could and just kept blocking his numbers. Soon, though, I decided to get a new phone. I sort of needed one anyways and decided to get a new number as well. I also changed my Snapchat username. After that, I never heard from the guy again. Hopefully it stays that way.
This happened to me when I was in college. It was during my second year at my university. I lived in a small house which I shared with my roommate Thomas. The university I went to is rather large, and I think has about 20,000 total students. This took place sometime during the first semester. I remember that one day I went on Instagram and saw that I had a new follower. I clicked on the profile, and it was a girl named Rhonda. She had my school initials in her profile, as well as what I assumed would be her graduating year. She was also followed by 2 people that I knew from college. None of my really close friends, but some guys that I knew who they were and followed them. I realized that Rhonda must have went to my school, and I followed her back. On her profile, she didn't have too many pictures, a few selfies and some pictures of her dog. That was about it. After following her back, I went on with things and didn't think much of it. A few days went by. Then, one day, I noticed that Rhonda liked all of my pictures on Instagram. Now, I had about 40 posts or so, dating all the way back to my early years of high school. She liked every single photo, and I found that nice, but also a little bit random and odd. I thought that maybe she liked me or something. She didn't comment on anything or send me any messages though. Now, several more days went by after this. Then one night, Thomas was studying at a classroom and I was at home by myself. There was then a knock on the door. It was probably about 9 o'clock at night, and I wasn't expecting anybody and had no clue as to who it was. I had been in my room, so I didn't hear the knock very well. I got up and went out into the hallway, and then I heard another knock. But I realized then that the knocking was coming from the back door of the house, not even the front door. Now this was really strange. I walked over to the back door and looked out the window. When I did, I saw a girl standing there. It was Rhonda, but at first I didn't recognize her because I had only seen some selfies of her on Instagram. I don't think that I had ever seen her in person before. As I was standing by the door, she tried opening it up. Then I opened up the back door and said hi to her. I then asked her what she was doing here. She asked me if she could come inside. I had a bad feeling about it. Something about her was sort of creeping me out. Maybe it was the fact that she showed up unannounced to my back door at 9 o'clock at night. And by the way, she had no way of knowing where I lived. I asked her how she knew where my house was.
She just asked to come inside again. I really didn't want her to. So instead, I told her that I was really busy with homework and I had to get back to it. She just stood there for a moment looking disappointed. Then she said that she was just going to go and walked off sort of angrily. I was glad that she was going, but more confused than anything. After she left, I went back inside and went into my room. Then I blocked Rhonda on Instagram. I felt that she had crossed the line by showing up unannounced like that. When Thomas got back home, I asked him if he knew Rhonda at all. He said no. I showed him her picture and he still didn't recognize her. I told him what happened and he was just as confused as I was. I was hoping that maybe he had known Rhonda and she asked him for the address or something. But the fact that he didn't made it that much more creepy and weird. The very next night, I was pulling a late night session of homework. I had some stuff due at 11:59 p.m. I was trying to get it done at the last moment. It was probably like 11:30 and I was almost done when I heard Thomas call me from the living room. He was in there watching TV and I asked him what he wanted. Then he told me that there was a girl standing at the front door. I knew who it was. I got up and walked out into the living room. I looked out the front door to see Rhonda just standing there, but she didn't knock on the door or anything. She appeared to look over and notice me. Then she turned and ran off. It was the creepiest thing ever. I went back and finished my homework and then joined Thomas watching TV in the living room. We kept glancing out the windows to see if she would come back, but luckily she didn't. After that, I never saw her again. I remember I asked Thomas to look her up on Instagram months later in the school year. She had a few more pictures then and appeared to still attend our university. I still don't know what she was doing. It was really creepy behavior though.
I used to walk to school with my two friends Mike and George every day in high school. We lived on the same street and only about 10 minutes from school, so it was nice. One day, we stopped at George's house to see a new car that his dad had gotten. We ended up losing track of time a little bit while doing so, and we all realized that we were going to be late. Because of this, we all decided to run the whole way to school. We were athletic kids, so we ended up making it to our classes on time. But after our first classes of the day, George told us that he had lost his phone. He said it must have fallen out of his pocket while we were all running, and on our way home that day, we retraced all of our steps. We weren't able to find the phone, however, so Mike called George's phone, but there was no answer. We waited some time and then called again, but this time the call got declined after 2 rings. This meant that we knew somebody had the phone and didn't want to answer us. This made George mad, but he then told us how he always had his location on in Snapchat, and we got excited that maybe we would be able to locate his phone this way. We looked on Snapchat, and sure enough his location was still on. We saw that his phone had been on a street about 10 minutes ago, and George's Bitmoji was in a car, meaning whoever had his phone was driving. We needed them to log into Snapchat again to see where the location would update to. So I decided to send a snap to the person saying, "Hey, I think you have my friend's phone. He lost it earlier today and we just want to get it back." A short time later, the snap I sent was opened, but nobody replied. This was concerning. However, we looked again at the snap map, and we were happy to see that the location was still on. But we saw that George's phone appeared to be in the middle of a woods. It was pretty strange to see, but George was furious, and by this time we figured 3 high school dudes would be able to take on whoever had George's phone if they wanted trouble. We all set out to the location, and when we arrived, we saw that it was a state park with a trail going out to the woods. It didn't look like the trail was used much, because there was grass growing all over it. We all followed the snap map and walked deeper and deeper into the woods. I'm not going to lie, I was a little nervous. Finally, we saw ourselves getting close, and we came around a corner on the path to see George's phone. But the phone was literally hanging from a tree by a string, dangling there. We all stopped in our tracks and froze. I got a bad feeling. We stood there and stared at it for a good 10 seconds. Then, the phone jiggled around from the string being pulled, as if to encourage us to go grab the phone. It looked like some kind of a trap, and I had a strong feeling come over me that I needed to leave. The three of us turned and ran as fast as we could out of there and didn't look back. We got back into my car quickly and jumped inside and backed up. As we did, I saw 3 large men start to emerge from the woods entrance. We didn't stop and drove all the way home. George immediately disabled everything on his phone and reported it as stolen. He was able to get a new phone the next day. I don't know what would have happened to us if we had attempted to get the phone there in the woods, but I'm glad that we didn't.
I'm a female and I'm in college. Over the past few years, I've been pretty active on Instagram, and from time to time, there's a weird or creepy person who comments on one of my pictures or sends me a direct message. I usually just ignore it when it happens. Not too long ago, however, I posted a photo on Instagram, and soon after, began getting lots of likes and comments, mostly just from my friends. But I noticed a comment from someone who I didn't recognize. The guy's name was Brian, and his username was Brian something and then a bunch of numbers. The profile picture wasn't very good quality, but the guy looked like he was much older than me. He commented a bunch of heart emojis, which obviously I found creepy. I didn't really care though, as this is something that happens from time to time. But a few days later, I saw the man comment on 2 more of my photos. In one of them, he was saying how beautiful I was, and in another, he said he wanted to visit me. Now, I figured if I ignored the man, he would just leave me alone, but that didn't happen. He actually ended up sending me a direct message. I opened it up to see him telling me that I was attractive and asked if we could hang out. I left the guy in red and thought that he would get the hint to leave me alone, but the next day, he sent me about 5 messages in the span of 10 minutes, to all of which I ignored. Figured it was time to block him, and I did. My profile was public, and only a few hours later, I saw that the man had made another account and followed me again. He started sending me more messages now, but this time, he wasn't complimenting me. He seemed angry that I blocked him and said he was going to find me. I immediately blocked him again after this. Sure, it was creepy, but I wasn't too concerned knowing that he was probably far away and wouldn't actually do anything about it. The next day, the man made another account and messaged me again. He said now that he was in the same state as I was and named the city in which I lived. He said he had seen me before too. Now I read this and I actually got concerned. I realized this man probably didn't find me on Instagram, but already knew of me in person. I wasn't sure where he had seen me. It could have been a number of places. I went to a large school for college, which was near a pretty big city. I also worked at a popular restaurant, so there's no way of knowing who this guy was or where he found me. I decided to report his account to Instagram, and I sent a message to them of what he had done. I didn't know if this would do anything, but I also didn't know if this was a situation where I should go to the police or not. A day or so went by, and I didn't hear from the man. Just when I was starting to feel better about things, I suddenly got another direct message from the guy. He had made yet another account, and this time, he said he was on his way to my house. I didn't know if he was actually serious, until I noticed a car pull up outside my apartment. I lived alone, in a small 1-bedroom apartment, which opened up right to the parking lot. It was a small parking lot, so when a car parked right in front of my place, of course I was concerned. I watched an older-looking guy get out, who seemed to match with the profile picture. He then started to walk towards my building. There was no doubt he was going to my unit, and I then scrambled to cover my window with my shades and ran to my bedroom. Quickly ran into my closet and closed the door. Then I called the police. I explained the whole situation to them as I heard a knocking coming from my front door. I looked at my phone screen and saw notifications on Instagram that the man was sending me more messages. I stayed hidden in the closet until the police arrived. When they did, they found the man attempting to break my front window and get inside. Thankfully, he was caught, and I don't have to deal with him again.
This story happened about 2 years ago. I was an 18-year-old high school senior at the time. Like most high school girls, I was really into the Instagram app. I would post a few times a month, and I would get a pretty decent number of likes when I did. And just like many girls, I would occasionally get an old creepy man commenting on my photos or sending me direct messages, which I would always delete. But in the early fall of 2018, I posted a photo of myself with my friend at school. A man commented on the photo with something like, "You're so beautiful," and some heart emojis. I didn't know who he was, and when I clicked on his profile, he had 0 followers and appeared to be at least 50 years old, so I deleted the comment. Then I got a direct message from him. It said, "Hey, I would love to meet you. Would you be interested?" As soon as I read the message, I deleted it and blocked the account. That in itself was not all that uncommon. I had gotten messages like that before, but about a week later, I received another direct message from another man with 0 followers. It turned out to be the same man from before, but with a different account. His message said, "Why did you block me?" Then he sent another one saying, "I know where you live, and if you don't want to meet me, I can come and see you myself." Then he sent my actual address. Now I knew this was more than the typical creepy guy, and I was genuinely concerned. I waited for my dad to get home from work that day so I could show it to him. But once he got home, I logged in to see that the account had been deleted. Over the next few days, I tried my best to forget all about it, but I couldn't help but feel concerned knowing that some old creep knew my address. Eventually, I thought about it less and less. About a week went by, and I had just about forgotten all about it when one morning I woke up and noticed something on my floor. It was a stack of photos lying at the base of my window, and the window was open about an inch. I walked over and picked them up. There was about 10 photos. They were all pictures of me taken from my window. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Each photo was much like the others. I ran downstairs and showed them to my parents. We called the police and reported everything, but nothing ever really came of it. It's been 2 years now, and nothing else happened. I don't know if it was a sick joke or something much worse, and I may never know.
This is something pretty strange that happened not too long ago. I would like to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to share my name, but I have an Instagram page. I'm just a regular guy for the most part, and I have a job that I've worked at for a while now. I used to post on Instagram occasionally, here and there. Not too long ago, though, I started posting reels. They're basically short videos that you can post on Instagram, and they've become very popular recently. I just played around with them and started posting kind of a lot, and a couple of them got quite a bit of likes. I started gaining more followers than I ever thought I would, and so I kept posting the reels. Over time, I had over 10,000 Instagram followers, and I really enjoyed posting the reel videos. I would post them on pretty much a daily basis, both at work, at home, or wherever I was, really. It was when I had been posting reels for maybe 3 months when this story takes place. One day, I opened up Instagram and saw that I had a direct message. I would get direct messages here and there, sometimes from people who watched my videos, other times from friends wanting to show me stuff. This message was from a company which I won't mention. I had never heard of them, but I saw that they were verified and had a decent number of followers. They said that they loved my videos and would like to sponsor one of my upcoming ones. When I read this, I was very excited. I had never dreamed of making any money from the videos. I didn't know how much they were offering, but anything was better than nothing, and the company seemed pretty cool to me. I responded to them, saying I was interested, and they said they would send me an email with more details. The company wanted to send me a couple of products, and I would talk about them in a post. I got the email from them and filled out a contract form with all of my information. Then, I waited and was told I should receive them within a week or so. Over the next few days, I went on with my regular schedule. I worked at generally the same time every day, which was pretty early, and I would get home sometimes in the afternoon. But on Thursday of that week, I got lucky and did not have to come into work until 11 a.m., but I would still get out at the same time. This was really nice, and I could sleep in for a few hours because I usually left for work at about 7:30 a.m. I had my alarm set for 9, but that didn't wake me up. I was awoken a little bit earlier than that, at about 8:30. When I woke up, I immediately heard the sound of glass breaking. I was really confused. Then I heard more noises, as if somebody was entering my house. The sounds were coming from the other side of the house, near where the dining room was. My house wasn't all that big, so I could hear noises from almost all parts of it. Somebody was definitely inside with me. I kept listening and heard more sounds, like maybe there was more than one person here. My heart started racing, and I couldn't believe what was going on. Somebody was breaking into my house at 8:30 in the morning. I got my phone to dial 911. The noises continued, and it seemed as though whoever was in here was not at all concerned about being quiet. There were at least 2 people, possibly more. I spoke on the phone, telling everything that was going on, and I spoke as quietly as I could. Luckily for me, it didn't sound like they were coming any closer to my bedroom. I got off the phone with 911 and was hoping that they would get there as soon as possible. I was told that they should arrive within a few minutes. Meanwhile, I still heard the people moving throughout my house. I was really nervous that whoever was in my house would move to my bedroom. As of that moment, they hadn't moved from the other end of the house, but I knew it was still possible. I didn't have a lock on my bedroom door and didn't want to take any chances either. I decided that I would try to move into my bathroom. It was right next door to my bedroom in the hallway, but I would have to open my bedroom door and then close the bathroom door, and I didn't want to make any noise. I decided to try and do it anyways, before the people in my house thought about coming towards my bedroom. I moved to my door and opened it slowly and as quietly as possible. Once it was open, I carefully walked to the bathroom door. As I was walking there though, I suddenly heard footsteps coming near. I rushed inside and shut the door, making a little more noise than I intended. The door shut and I locked it. I was just happy to be safely inside. I heard the footsteps then moving back and walking away. Just barely, I heard men's voices coming from the other side of the house. There was more movement, and soon I stopped hearing any noises at all. It was as if they had left. I stayed inside the bathroom with the door locked for about 5 more minutes until the police arrived. I heard them knocking on the door, and I carefully left the bathroom and walked over to the front door of my house. I let the police in and spoke with them while they searched the entire place. The men who had broken in were gone. My back window that looked out to the backyard from the dining room was smashed. Several things inside were also stolen. I was glad to be okay, but really frustrated about it. I just hoped that they would be able to find who had done it. So what does this have to do with Instagram? At first, I didn't think anything at all. But only after a few days went by and I didn't receive anything in the mail, I went to check Instagram. I was going to send a direct message to the company asking when it would arrive, but they were just gone. It was as if their account had been deleted. When I looked up the company, I found a different page for them which was also verified. I realized that the contract that they had me sign, I'd given my address in it. Plus, if they had seen my posts, they very possibly would have known my work schedule and even seen details of my house. As for the page being verified, I found out that people can pay a little bit of money to have any page verified now. I think it was all a setup. Why, I don't know, and maybe it was just a crazy coincidence, but I'm convinced otherwise.
My name is Emily, and this happened to me in the spring of 2022. I was living by myself at the time in an apartment, and I worked in the city. I have an Instagram page that has a few thousand followers. I'm not famous by any means, and I'm certainly not an Instagram model, but I do post there pretty frequently. One night, I got a text message from one of my friends. It was a link to an Instagram page, and my friend said, "This isn't you, is it?" I clicked on the profile, and it was an Instagram account claiming to be me, except it wasn't using my name, but a different name, and they had posted quite a few pictures that were all mine. I think the account had about 100 posts, and this had been going on for several months. Most of the pictures were pictures that I had already posted on Instagram. They had a decent amount of followers too. I think the account had about 500. I couldn't believe it. Whoever was running this account was just screenshotting my pictures and posting them to their account, and they were getting over 100 likes, and nobody seemed to realize that the entire page was a fraud. I looked at some of the comments, and they were just saying things like, "Wow, you're beautiful." As I scrolled through and looked at more pictures though, I noticed something strange. Some of the pictures of me that they posted were not from my Instagram page. They were pictures that I had of myself, but had never posted. These photos were on my phone, and I don't know how the person had them. The pictures weren't bad or anything, but I just had no clue how they got a hold of them. I sent a direct message to the page, asking who they were and why they were stealing my identity. Then I reported the page. Not long after I had sent the message to the page though, they blocked me.
I told a few of my friends about it, and they said that they would report the page as well. Within a couple of days, the page ended up getting shut down. I was glad that it was now gone, but I still wondered who had done it. Well, a few days after the page was taken down, I left my apartment one morning. There was a note on my front door. It was folded on a piece of paper and taped to my front door, and when I looked at it, I realized that it was from whoever had been running the Instagram page. The note talked about how this person could get any information from me that they wanted. They also rambled about how I thought I must be so cool because I was popular and some other stuff. When I got this, I went straight to the police. Whoever this was knew where I lived and seemed to be able to hack into some of my accounts. After telling the police all the information that I could, I created new accounts for almost everything that I had and changed all of my passwords. Luckily for me, I moved out of that apartment just a few weeks later because my lease was up. Since that experience, nothing else strange has happened, but I still don't know who was doing that. My theory is that it could have possibly been an old high school classmate who didn't like me or something. Or it could have been somebody totally random. I really don't know.
I go on Instagram all the time. It's probably one of my most used apps that I have on my phone. However, I'm really not that active of a poster, and mainly just like to look at videos and pictures. But several months ago, something very strange happened, and I still don't have an explanation for. My account was public, and I had about 200 followers when I was following about 300 people. Pretty small numbers. I only had 3 public posts on my account, which were not very recent and just boring photos. I also never really commented on other people's photos, maybe sometimes if it was a good friend of mine, but usually not. So one day, when I picked up my phone and I saw that I had 50 Instagram notifications, I was perplexed. I opened up Instagram and saw that in my photos I was suddenly getting lots of comments. The comments were all really mean and negative. People were saying that I was a bad person, that I was ugly, and things like that. I didn't get any new followers, but just tons of mean comments. I clicked on some of the accounts. They were mostly private, but overall they seemed like just average people. Nobody that I knew at all. As I was on Instagram, I got several more. Then I started getting direct messages. They were all really mean things, and I asked one why they were saying things like this to me, but the only response that I got was that I should know. I thought about anything I had done recently, and I hadn't done anything differently. I was known as a nice person, and was super surprised to see this. The next day, the hate kept coming to me in the comments of my direct messages. Eventually, I decided to just delete my account. I made a new one a week later, and since then, everything's been back to normal. I still wonder sometimes who those people were, and why they were so mad at me for seemingly no reason. This story happened to me just a couple of months ago. I'm a guy and I'm in college. It's been a few years since I graduated high school, but I still sometimes add friends from high school, or they add me here and there. One night, as I was playing video games, I saw a Snapchat notification. I looked at it and saw that I had been added by a girl named Mackenzie. I added her back, not knowing who she was. I figured maybe she went to my college or something. After I added her back, she actually sent me a text through Snapchat, and I opened it. She said, "Hey." I responded back saying hi. She then responded almost immediately with, "Do you remember me? We went to high school together." I responded back asking her what grade she was, because I really didn't remember her, and I knew basically everybody that I went to high school with. She then said to me that she graduated the same year as me, 2017. Now this made me slightly skeptical, because I graduated in 2018, not 2017, and I told her that. She then told me that she meant to say 2018, but it was a typo. Overall, we talked a short time, but something just seemed fishy to me. Then, after just about 10 minutes of awkward chatting, she asked if I wanted to hang out, and that's when I knew this was probably not a real girl. I looked at her profile, and her Snap score was actually decently high, but there was no indication of any last name, so I couldn't look her up anywhere.
I decided I just didn't want to take a chance with it, so I left her on red and went to sleep. The next day, I had forgotten all about it and went throughout my day, doing all the normal things I would do on a Saturday, such as mowing the lawn and playing more video games. Sometime in the afternoon, I got another snap from the girl. I opened it up and saw a picture of me mowing the lawn, taken from inside a car that was driving down my street. It had the words on the snap that said, "Consider this a warning." I immediately deleted the user and blocked them. I told my parents about it, and they seemed a little concerned, but we didn't go to the police or anything. Over the next few days, I was sort of scared, but nothing else happened at all. I just don't know why this person was messing with me, but I'm glad it's over. I've had the Instagram app for years now. I'm not a huge social media guy, and I really don't post often, but I do go on occasionally. About a year ago, I went on Instagram one day and saw that I had a direct message. When I clicked it, I saw that it was from an account that's username was only a bunch of numbers. It seemed a little strange, and their picture was also strange. The message was just a link. Now I know how stupid it sounds, and I don't know why I did, but I clicked on the link. I guess I was just curious. As soon as I clicked on it, my phone completely froze up. Then the screen went all black, but not the same shade of black as when the power's off, but another shade. I tried pushing the home button and even turning off my phone, but nothing happened at all. After a few minutes of nothing working, I finally pressed the reset button on my phone, and it finally turned off. I started it back up and immediately logged out of my Instagram and changed my password. I also blocked the account that had messaged me. I wasn't taking any chances with the message I had received, and I thought it was most likely someone trying to hack my phone or my Instagram account. Everything seemed normal after that, but later in that day, I got curious. I went back to the message I had received and clicked on the profile that sent it to me. I wanted to know who this was and possibly report the profile. When I did, I saw that the page only had one post. The post was an all-black photo with white letters on it. The letters spelled out my home address. I saw that the post had several comments. The usernames of all the people commenting were just numbers as well, and they all had the same profile picture. They commented things on the post like, "Nice," and "This is going to be fun." I was really confused as to what this thing was, and I reported the page to Instagram. I don't know if that did any good, but when I checked back later about an hour, the post was gone. That night, I was awakened by the sounds of violent bangs coming from both my front and back door. They sounded as if whoever was there was trying to break the door down. My heart started racing immediately. The banging continued for about 30 seconds, and then all at once it just stopped. I remained sitting up in my bed looking around, sweating, and my heart beating extremely fast. I sat there in the same position for literally an hour. I don't know if I was too scared to move or I just didn't know what to do. At last, I finally got up and looked out of all of my windows. I didn't see anybody out there at all. I wasn't able to fall asleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I reported what had happened. It didn't happen again after that, but to this day, the situation really confuses me. I'm not sure if it was some type of group of people that prank houses by knocking loudly in the middle of the night or what, but the whole thing just seems so weird. This story happened to my friend Emily and I about 5 years ago. We were walking home from work one day. We worked together and also lived on the same street, so we would walk home together all the time. On this night, it was really nice out, so we stopped at a park. We went to the edge of it and sat on the park bench and had some food that we had taken from work. It was relaxing, and Emily took a photo of us together and posted it on her Snapchat story. We stayed there for about 10 more minutes and were really in no hurry to leave. Emily was looking at her story again to see the people that viewed it, which is something she would always do. Then she said, "That's strange." She said that a guy named Brian, who was not on her friends list, had viewed her story. She said she didn't know who this guy was. I grabbed her phone and looked at it. I saw that she had made her story public so that everybody on their Snap Map could see it if they clicked on our location in the park. I turned off that setting for her because I figured it was dangerous to have it on. We got up and left after that to walk the rest of the way home. As we walked down the path through the rest of the park, we noticed a man start to walk behind us. He looked to be about 40 and wore sunglasses and a black sweater. I hadn't seen him at all when we had been in the park, but I figured this had to just be a coincidence. But the man kept following us as we walked. I got a little bit concerned because the area of our walk home was headed into a more secluded area where there wasn't as much people around. We decided to walk faster, but when we did, the man seemed to speed up as well. We had about 10 more minutes to make it home, and we thought we were just being paranoid, but we were seriously scared at this point. Then, out of nowhere, the man started full-on sprinting towards us. The both of us turned and ran off the path into a slightly wooded area, and the man did as well. It went up as a hill, and we ran all the way up the hill until it got to a quiet sidewalk, where we thankfully saw a guy walking his 2 dogs. We approached the man and his dogs, and the man who was chasing us stopped and ended up running in the other direction. We told the man with the dogs we thought we were being chased, and he watched out for us as we walked a couple of blocks away. Then we walked all the way back home. We made it back all right, but we're very careful. It was a very bizarre thing, and it had to be the guy that saw Emily's story. We're convinced of that.
This is a crazy experience that I had several years ago now. I should mention that I'm a female, and I was at a park one day. This was a city park that I was walking through on the way back from work. It's a pretty large area within a large city, so there are usually a lot of people there. As I walked though, at some point, a guy started to follow me throughout the park. I noticed him when I stopped for a moment to look at something, and saw him just kind of standing around. Then, as I was walking away, he started walking behind me. Soon, I left the park and went onto a city sidewalk. When I was waiting to cross the street and saw him standing there around me, each time that I looked near the guy, it appeared as though he was looking at me as well. To this point, though, I didn't know for a fact that he was following me, but I just suspected it. I had to walk about 10 more minutes to get back to my apartment. I checked behind me every so often, and each time that I did, the man was still there following me. This was the first time that something like this had ever happened. When at last I reached my building, he was maybe 20 feet behind me. I quickly went inside and then used my key to enter the building. Then I closed the door behind me and the guy did not enter. I'm not sure if he tried to or if he just kept walking past when I went in. I remembered what he looked like, but I hoped that I would not see him again. Several hours later that night, I got a notification on my phone of a new Instagram follower. When I opened the app, I saw who the follower was. When I noticed his picture, it was the same guy who had been following me around. I had no idea how he knew my name or found my profile. After seeing this, I blocked him. I was really creeped out by how he found me. The very next night, when I was home in my apartment, I got another Instagram notification. The same guy had followed my second profile. I had a second Instagram account where I posted more random things, and it was only followed by my closest friends. The account was private, but he was requesting to follow me. And this account was so private that I didn't even use my name, and I didn't even follow myself with it. I was more freaked out than anything when I saw that he had found it. I blocked him on that profile as well. Only about 30 minutes after this, there was a knock at my door. I walked over and looked through the peephole. The same guy was there. Obviously, he knew where I lived. I didn't know how he knew which unit was mine, though. I wasn't going to open the door. He knocked again after about a minute or so. I kept watching him, but he didn't leave. He just kept standing there. I called the police and kept an eye out.
The man was just standing there as if he was expecting me to open the door for him. Occasionally, he paced around a little, but he kept returning to right in front of my door. The police got there within about 10 minutes. When they arrived, the man was still there standing outside of my door. I remember that they talked to him, and I heard him claim that he must be at the wrong address. He claimed that he had no clue why anybody would call the cops, and he was trying to see his friend Jason. I think the police knew that he was lying. They basically just told him to leave me alone though, and not to come back to the apartment building. I talked with officers as well and told them what happened. They said that if he came back to call them again, and luckily he didn't. I never saw him again after that night. I still can't believe how much of a creep that guy was.
A couple of months ago, I had a scary experience on Snapchat. I remember that out of nowhere, one night, this random creepy guy added me. Well, I didn't know who he was at first, so I added him back out of curiosity. I thought that maybe I knew him, but he sent me a snap a very short time later. When I opened it, I saw this guy who I did not recognize, but he was in a dark room using the flash and holding the camera extremely close to his face. His face looked disturbing, to say the least. I'm not sure if he was trying to be creepy or what, but he sent like 4 pictures, all right in a row, and said hi to me. After seeing them, I asked him who he was. He started sending more snaps. I didn't even want to open them though. The man sent more creepy pictures of his face really close up when I finally did. He told me that he was going to come over. I quickly turned off my location, which had been on. Then I decided to just delete the guy. I should have never added him back in the first place. But I didn't know, maybe he was somebody that I knew or something. But after I had deleted him, there were still a few snaps that he had sent before he had been deleted. I opened them. One of them said, "I already got your location." That one really creeped me out. I just hoped that he was only trying to threaten me or something. Maybe he didn't actually have my location. And even if he did, maybe he wouldn't come over. This was already nighttime, but it wasn't that late. So for the rest of the night, I was at home and nothing happened. By the end of the night, I had forgotten about the whole ordeal. But I would soon be reminded, because when I was starting to get ready for bed, there was a knock at my front door. I had a bad feeling about it immediately. I mean, who knocks on somebody's door at almost midnight? Still, I had to see who was there, so I walked into the living room and looked out of the window. And that's when I saw this man standing there. It was the same guy who'd been Snapchatting me. I was so creeped out. I ran back for my bedroom and hoped that the guy would go away. When I had reached inside my room, though, I heard some loud noises. The guy was not knocking on the door, but seemingly trying to open it. I got my phone out and called 911. I told the operator that somebody was trying to enter my house. I gave my address and name and hoped that somebody would be there soon. But after this, I didn't hear any more noises from the front door for a while. Still, I wasn't going to leave my bedroom. Moments later, I heard a noise from the back door to the house. The guy was trying to get in there. Then there was more loud noises. It sounded like he was maybe trying to break the window. These are just educated guesses, because I couldn't see from where I was, but that's what it sounded like. I stayed where I was in my bedroom, and luckily, the police got there much faster than expected. Before I knew it, I saw flashing lights from my bedroom window in the driveway. The man was still in my backyard. He tried running away, but the police were able to catch him. It was probably the best scenario that I could have hoped for. I still don't know how the guy knew me. I didn't recognize him at all.
This story happened to me about 3 years ago. Back then, I was really into Snapchat, and I used it more than any other form of communication. I had a lot of friends on Snapchat, and a good number of them I didn't even know. They just had mutual friends, or maybe they went to the same school as me. I remember a girl named Nadia posted on her story that she was selling her MacBook Pro computer for $1,000. This was a pretty good deal, and I was in the market for a new laptop, so I responded to her story saying I was interested. I offered her $800, and we settled on $900. We agreed to meet the next day in the parking lot of a garden center just off a highway. It was about a 20-minute drive for me, and I arrived to see the place was pretty quiet, with about 5 to 10 cars in the parking lot. I snapped her and told her I was there. She responded by asking what kind of car I was in. I told her, and she said she would be right there. I looked around, but I didn't see anybody in the parking lot, just some empty cars. I was parked next to some trees and a dumpster on one end of the parking lot. I started to go on my phone when suddenly out of nowhere I heard something hit the back of my car. I turned around to see a man behind my car. Then I heard something come from the front end of my car, and when I looked I saw another man out of my windshield. They both started hitting my car from the front and back. I scrambled to start my engine. The men tried to block me in by grabbing onto the front and end of my car so that I couldn't get out without hitting them. I was able to turn and push one of the men back just enough so that I had some space to turn and then back out. They both came running to my car and hit it a couple times, but I floored it and was able to get out of there. I drove straight home. When I got home, my car sustained some damage, but nothing too serious. I never bothered to report the incident because when I got back, of course, I was blocked by Nadia.
This took place in September of last year. I had just started working at Walmart, and someone on Instagram asked me if they could use my picture for a portrait. They told me that I would get paid for it, so I said sure. I really wanted the money since my job wasn't paying me yet. They ended up sending me some money, which I was really happy about. Not long after this, though, they asked for some of the money back and told me that I could keep part of it. This wasn't a red flag to me yet, so I gave them the money back. The next morning, I got another text from them asking for more of the money. I told them that I was getting ready for work. They told me to just send the money and even tried calling me. I didn't answer and decided to block them. During work, I got a text from another number saying, "Why did you block me?" I blocked that number as well. But I ended up getting a text from yet another number after that. This text said something like, "I am an assassin, and if you keep ghosting the money, I will kill your loved ones and you." Then they sent me 3 gruesome pictures. I was so scared that I texted my mom. After work, I told my mom that I had to get a $200 Apple Card to pay them, or someone would send an assassin after me. My parents and I decided to call the police. I told the police the entire story, and they told me that they could assure me that nobody was coming to my house. When I asked them how they knew that, they said they had gotten many calls about the same type of thing. Most likely, the person was not even in my country. I felt better after talking to the police. Afterwards, I called my bank and told them about the incident. I asked for all of the money that wasn't approved to be sent out yet to be sent back to me. At least I was safe though, but I was still a little shaken up. That's the scariest story that I have. I'm a male, and this happened when I was a freshman in college. I went to a pretty average-sized university. As a freshman, I was required to live in the dorms. These were a few buildings that had maybe 5 floors each. The rooms were small, but they were decent, and I was lucky enough to have my own room. This meant that I would not have to have a roommate at all. So like many college students, I would use the Snapchat app all the time, and I communicated with most of my friends there. Not long into my first semester, this one girl added me. Her name was Lily. After she added me, I assumed that she probably went to the same school. I had 5 classes, and some of them had over 100 people in it. I didn't know Lily off the top of my head if she was in a class with me or something, but I figured that she probably was around campus. Not long after I added her back, she sent me a snap. When I opened it, I saw that she appeared to be around my same age. I snapped her back and we got to talking a little bit. She told me that she also went to my school. We snapped on and off for the next couple of days. I never saw her on campus or anything, but there were thousands of students. She seemed cool, and I was enjoying getting to know her. But then things changed. One night, I was by myself in my dorm room. I had just finished homework and was playing some Madden on my PlayStation. I got a snap from Lily in this time. She said that she was in my dorm building and wanted to come by and say hello. I thought this was a little bit strange. I mean, I had never met her in person before, and I didn't know why she happened to be in my building. Still, I figured why not, and I gave her my room number. So about 5 minutes after this, there was a knock on my door. I got up from my chair and walked over, but before opening the door, I decided to just look through the peephole. When I did not see Lily standing there. Instead, I saw these two large men, and they were not even college-aged men. These guys had to be in their 30s or 40s. I was so confused. Obviously, I didn't answer the door, and thankfully it was locked. I went onto Snapchat, and there was a message from Lily. She said, "I'm at the door, let me in." I told her, "No, there's two big guys at the door. I don't see you at all." She then opened that, but did not reply. Then I watched as her Snapchat character went away on the screen, meaning that I had just been blocked. I realized that she probably wasn't who she claimed to be. That, and she was probably working with these two guys outside of my door. There was then another loud knocking at the door from the two men. They were still there and not going away. I then called the campus security number and quickly told them what was going on. My dorm building was old, and I didn't trust these thin wooden doors to hold up if these guys wanted to bust in. They continued knocking. I was told that a campus safety officer would be there shortly. I looked around my room quickly for any type of a weapon that I could use. I really had nothing though. The men knocked at the door on and off for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard another voice farther down the hall. The security officer was here. The two men took off running in the other direction. I went to the door and looked out, and when I did, I saw that they were gone. I opened up the door, and I saw the safety officer running after the men, but they had gotten a long head start against him because he was at the complete opposite end of the hallway. The men were unfortunately able to get away. I spoke with some school officials and campus safety officers about what had happened the next day. The Lily girl did not go to my college. Luckily after that, I never heard from her or the other guys again. That was the craziest thing to happen in my time in college.
I'm a female, and this is something that happened a while back when I was in high school. It was almost 10 years ago, and this was pretty early on into the school year. So randomly one day, I saw that I got added by somebody new on Snapchat. I looked and it was a guy named Michael something, but I didn't recognize his last name at all, so I did not add him back and I deleted it. Just a few days later, I got added on Snapchat by him again, and once more I deleted him. However, probably just a few days after the second time that I deleted the guy, I realized that he was actually in one of my classes and went to my school. I had never talked to him before, and he sat in the back middle of one of my classes while I sat towards the front and one side. So I would never really notice him much, but I did recognize him. He was a new student in the school, and prior to that class, I had never seen him before. Well, he added me again for a third time. This time I decided to add him back, just because I knew that he went to my school now and that he was new. I still did not know anything about him other than that. I was surprised though that he kept adding me, even after I would not add him back. Well, finally adding him was something that I would quickly regret. I think it was the very next day, early on in the school day, and he sent me a picture of himself. It was just a basic selfie pretty much with no words. I responded sending one back, but he then sent me like 5 random pictures. We were both in different classes at the time. Some he took of other students, and others were just of the floor and whatever. I opened them up and did not reply because it seemed kind of weird. Later on in the day, we had the class that we were in together. This teacher did not like it when students would be on their phone during class, so I did not go on my phone at all during the class until the very end when we were done and all waiting for the bell to ring. When I did, I saw that there were tons of notifications on Snapchat from this Michael guy. I looked, and he literally sent me at least 20 pictures. I opened them all, quickly going from one to the next. They were all pictures of me that he took from where he was sitting. I found this pretty creepy. After opening them all and not responding, I decided to confront him in person. The bell rang at that point, but I caught up to him outside of the classroom in the hallway. I asked him why he had taken so many pictures of me in class. He just stood there not saying anything. I told him I thought it was really weird, and I was going to tell him not to do it again, but before I could, he just turned and ran away. It was very strange. Michael was now seeming like sort of a creep to me, and I decided to delete him on Snapchat, so I did. A few days went by, and I saw him in class, but didn't talk to him or anything. Then he added me on Snapchat again for a fourth time. This time, I blocked him. I really wanted nothing to do with the guy. Well, that very same day, I left school when it was over. I drove to and from school and had a car during this time. I remember that I left school, and when I was on my way home, I noticed that Michael was driving behind me. I had never noticed this before and was immediately suspicious. When I made it about halfway home, he was still behind me. I didn't think that he lived near me, and I figured that based on his previous behavior, he was possibly following me. When I had made it almost all the way home, he was still there, and after making it less than a mile from my house, I did not want to go any further, so I pulled over to the side of the street. Michael slowed down in his car but did not pull over. He ultimately drove past me and kept going. Then I went home. I didn't really know what to do about this whole deal. Over the next few days, I noticed Michael in class and I completely ignored him. Luckily, he didn't try talking to me or anything. He also did not add me again on Snapchat or try following me home. And probably a week or two after this, I stopped seeing him in class. Eventually, I asked around, and I found out that he apparently changed schools or something. I'm glad that he did. That whole situation is something that I would like to forget.
For some background on this story, I am a 21-year-old female college student. I have an Instagram account and have been using it since high school. A little while back, when I opened my Instagram app one day, I saw the little follower notification on the lower right corner. I clicked on it and saw that I had a follow request from a girl named Amanda that I had a photography class with the previous semester. I accepted her request and then I followed her back. I didn't know her all that well, but we had talked a few times and she seemed pretty nice. I briefly looked at her photos. She didn't have all that many, maybe just 5 or 6. Later in the day, I received a message from her though. It said hi and asked me how school was going. We talked briefly back and forth just about general things like school and work. Then she told me that she had a project where she needed to shoot a video and asked me if she could borrow my camera. I didn't really mind, and I told her she could. She asked for my address, and I gave it to her. But then the next day, she messaged me saying that she didn't need the camera anymore, but thanks anyways. A couple of nights later, I was in bed at about midnight, about to go to sleep, when I thought I heard something from outside. I lived in a little college house with 2 other girls, but I had my own room. It sounded like the bush outside my window being moved. I walked over to it and looked outside. Just when I looked, I saw what appeared to be a man running away. All I could see was that he was wearing jeans and a red shirt. I didn't know who he was or what he was doing. I covered my window and told the other girls in the house about it. We were all pretty freaked out, and I wasn't able to fall asleep for another hour or so. Then about a week later, I was walking to class when I happened to see Amanda. I walked over to her and said hi. Then I asked her how her project was going. She looked at me confused and said, "What project?" When I mentioned about how she needed a camera, she denied it and said she didn't know what I was talking about. I took out my phone to show her our message. I took out my phone to show her our conversation, but all the messages from her were gone, and her account had been deleted. Then Amanda took out her phone and showed me her Instagram profile. It was way different from what I had seen, and she wasn't even following me. We then came to the realization that somebody must have created a fake account of her. But at this point, the account was gone, so we couldn't do anything. The whole thing was pretty creepy. The very next night, I was doing homework late at night, and once again, I heard the bush moving outside my window. Before I could get up, I heard a knock on my window. I knew this time the possibility of it likely being that man again, and I froze with fear. I happened to be home alone at the time, and that made it all worse. I looked to the window and almost had a heart attack when I realized I had left it open a crack. I saw a hand reach underneath and begin to raise it slowly. I quickly grabbed my phone and ran out of the room and into the bathroom. I locked the door and got on the phone with the police. I told them what was going on. They said they would have somebody at my house within 5 minutes. I heard the man inside my room walking around. He spent about a minute or two in there. I was sitting in the back corner of the bathroom, literally holding my breath. I didn't know who this man was or how dangerous he could be. He slowly made his way out of the bedroom and into the hallway. I heard him go into my roommate's rooms. Then he came out and reached the bathroom that I was in. I could hear my heartbeat pounding. He tried the doorknob. When it didn't open, he waited about 10 seconds and then spoke. I heard him say, "Come out, I just want to talk." He sounded calm and seemed to be a fairly young man. I didn't respond, and I stayed where I was. "Please," he said, "I'm not going to hurt you." Then he chuckled a little bit in a way that gave me the creeps. Just then, I could barely hear sirens off in the distance. I was really hoping they were for me. As each second passed, they grew louder and louder. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. As they started to reach the house, the man said in a calm voice, "Now why did you have to do a thing like that to me?" And then I heard his footsteps walk away. I remained in the bathroom. I heard the front door open, and about 30 seconds later, heard voices yelling from outside. Finally, I heard police inside the house, and I made my way out of the bathroom. I met the police, who said they caught the man and that I was safe. It turns out he was a fellow student at my university who also was in the photography class I had taken last semester. He created the fake account to stalk me and get my address. His plan had almost worked, but I'm grateful things ended up being okay.
This is something that happened back when I was in high school. So one night I was at home and in my bedroom. It was pretty late, and my parents and siblings had gone to bed already. My room was at one end of the front corner of the house and on the first floor. I often stayed up pretty late back then for some reason. But I remember that out of nowhere, I got this call on Snapchat. I didn't recognize who it was from. I don't even remember the username. It was something really hard to memorize. When I looked and didn't know who it was, I was very curious, so I actually decided to answer it. It was not a video call, but just a regular call. When I picked it up, at first I heard nothing. I asked who was there. Then I heard this whisper coming from the other end. I really couldn't make out what was being said though. I was trying to understand and turning the volume up on my phone. Then I made out a few words, but not much. I asked again who was calling, but the person hung up. Now, I guess I had some type of setting on my Snapchat where just anybody could call me or send me pictures, because shortly after this person hung up on me, I received a snap from them. I was very curious, so I opened it up. What I saw was somebody wearing a full clown mask taking a selfie. It was very strange to say the least. I sent them a message, again asking who this was, but unfortunately I did not get a response to this. Well, I thought that was that. I was a little freaked out by the whole thing, but the rest of the night nothing happened, and the next day things were fine. But that next night, I found myself alone in my bedroom late at night again. This time, I remember that I was sitting at my desk. In front of it is a window that sort of looks out to the front yard. You can also see part of the street. I remember noticing somebody walking down the street. It was very dark, so I couldn't see that well, and at this late night hour, it seemed odd that somebody would be out walking. But then the person came closer, and I realized that it was some guy wearing a clown mask, the same type of one that the guy was wearing who had snapped me the night before. I thought this was very weird when I saw it, but this guy did not walk into our yard or anything. He just continued to walk down my street. I moved out of my bedroom and went into the living room to keep watching him. He continued to walk down the street until he was soon out of sight. Then, after that, I never saw him again. I blocked that account that had snapped me, and since then, nothing more happened. I'm still curious about it though. Was that clown the same person? It had to be. How did he know me though? That's what I'd like to find out.
I'm sure all of you guys know what the Instagram app is and how it works. I will start by saying that I consider myself to be a decently attractive girl, but not one of the super popular girls getting 500 likes on every picture they post. I would occasionally get new followers, but it wasn't an everyday thing. But what happened last year was the strangest thing ever. It started when I went on Instagram one day and saw that I had 36 follow requests. This was insane for me because the most I had ever had in a day before was maybe 5 or 6. I looked and saw that they all appeared to be older men, and not just a few years older than me, but they seemed to be much older, like in their 40s and 50s. I looked through them all and deleted every single one of them. I was very confused as to what had happened. Then the next morning when I woke up, I went to Instagram to see that I had 57 follow requests this time, and once again, they were all old men. Over the next few days, every single time I would go on Instagram, I would get dozens of new follow requests from old men. Eventually, it started to happen to my other social media as well. My Facebook account started to get many friend requests every single day. I didn't know what else to do, so I decided to delete all of my social media accounts. I created new accounts again a few months later. Since then, they've been fine and nothing else has happened. It was just the strangest thing, and I still have no explanation for it.
I have a lot of Snapchat friends. It's an app that I've used since I was probably in middle school. Over the years, I've gained countless friends. Most of them I know, but there's a good number that I also don't know. I think that happens on just about every social media. So I remember that on my Snapchat, there used to be this one guy that would often post really strange stories, and I didn't even know what he looked like or who he was. I don't even know how or when we became friends. But this guy would post stories that I would occasionally see. They would never be of his face or anything. Most of them were just videos of him walking late at night, and he would just show sometimes his feet and the surroundings of where he was going. It would always be strange because there was no context around it. So after seeing those a few different times, it made me wonder when I even became friends with this guy on Snapchat. I really didn't remember. After one night I saw him post a video, I actually slid up on his story. He had posted what appeared to be him walking through the woods. I texted him saying, "Why do you always post these stories of you walking at night?" I was legitimately curious, but he left me on read. That was really strange. Well, a couple of nights later, he was back at it again with another story. This one was very similar to the typical ones of him walking at night, except this time, I noticed the location of where he was appeared to be my driveway, because he was walking up it, and I saw my car parked where it always was. My heart started racing instantly when I saw it. I saw that the story had been posted just 5 minutes ago. I got up and looked out of every window in my house. I didn't see the guy anywhere. After not locating him, I actually went out my front door to go look outside. I went around my house and looked, but did not see anything. Then I went back inside. I texted the guy once again, asking why he was at my house. Once more, I was left on read. This guy was really starting to make me angry. Still, I didn't know what else I could do about it. Shortly after that, I went to bed. The next morning when I woke up, I went on Snapchat shortly after, like I often do. When I did,
I saw that there were several more stories that the guy added from the previous night. One was another one of him walking up my driveway. Then there was another. This time he was in my backyard. By then, I was very creeped out. Then he showed another story. It was him somehow opening one of my back windows from the outside. Then it showed him entering my house. After that, the story stopped. When I saw this, I got up, ran to my bedroom door, and closed it. Then I locked it. I was afraid that he was still inside. I called the police and told them the story. When they arrived, they searched my entire house. The guy was gone, though. He must have left sometime in the night. I gave them the information that I could. The police also saw that my back door was left unlocked, so that's most likely how he left. My back window was somehow left unlocked as well, I guess. I blocked the guy on Snapchat after this. I lived in that house for a few more months and never saw him again after. Since then, I haven't heard from him. I wonder if he's still posting those creepy stories. The fact that he got into my house, though, is something that will always give me the creeps.
This happened just last year. I'm a pretty average guy for the most part. I work a job and I have my own little apartment near the city. One day I was added by a seemingly random girl on Snapchat. This is not something that happens very often. My first thought was actually that it was a bot account probably. Still, I was curious, so I decided to add the account back anyways. Well, within probably 20 minutes of adding it back, the account sent me a snap. It was a woman named Avery, and when I opened the snap, I saw a selfie from a good-looking blonde woman who appeared to be around my age. She said hi. I responded sending one back of myself and saying hi. She then typed in the chat instead of sending back another picture. Avery told me that she didn't know if I knew her or not, but she went to my gym and occasionally saw me there. I would work out every day at usually around the same time, which was right after I got off of work. There were lots of regulars that I would see at the gym, as well as other people who I did not know. A lot of people went there and it was a pretty large gym. However, I never really talked to anybody there before and wasn't friends with anyone. I thought about if I had seen her before, and I didn't necessarily remember her exactly, but I thought maybe she looked kind of familiar. She also told me that she wanted to talk to me at the gym, but didn't want to bother me. We got to talking, and it seemed like she liked me. She was very nice, and we had a few things in common. I tried to look her up on Instagram, but I couldn't find any results. There were a few accounts that possibly could have been her, but I didn't know her last name. I couldn't really find anything. After talking for 2 days on Snapchat, Avery asked me if I wanted to meet up sometime. I agreed and said yes. Avery said that she worked at a local bar which was downtown in our local city. She said that I should come and meet her after work that night, and said there was a park right across the street from the bar and we could go there. I agreed, and she said that she got off at 9 p.m. I didn't really think at the time that it was strange to hang out in a park at nighttime. Looking back, it was kind of weird, but I drove to the park and got there. When I did, I went into the parking lot and saw that there was just one other car. I didn't know if this was Avery or not because I was a couple of minutes early. I texted her, but did not immediately hear back, so then I just waited. But after 10 minutes, I was wondering what she was doing. Then she finally texted me back, saying that she was in the park and I should join her. It just seemed sketchy. I told her I was in my car, and I never saw her driving there, and now she was just in the park? The only thing that would make sense is if the other car belonged to her. I had a bad feeling though. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, and I thought about just leaving, but I decided to stay. However, about a minute later, I saw somebody get out of the other car that was there. It was a man wearing a hooded jacket. He began walking over in my direction. I did not know what he wanted or what was going on. So the guy walked all the way over to me, and when he was approaching my window, I just took off. I realized then that I had likely been catfished. After leaving, I blocked the account. I was frustrated by the whole thing, but at least I didn't get robbed or anything, or who knows what would have happened. Looking back, it was strange how she didn't give me any real clear information. I could not find a Facebook or Instagram for her, and she only sent me one picture of herself. It honestly seemed real, and I don't know how that was done. but I know for sure that I've been catfished. Hopefully nothing like this happens again.
This happened last year. I am a 19-year-old guy. I was on Instagram last October and noticed that I had a new follower. I looked to see who it was and saw that it was a pretty attractive looking girl that seemed to be around my age. I clicked on her profile and saw that most of her pictures got 200 to 300 likes, and she seemed to be pretty cool. I followed her back, and the next day she sent me a direct message. She said hey, and I responded saying what's up. We started talking and seemed to have a lot of common interests. The conversations went great, and I asked her for a Snapchat, but she told me that she didn't use any other social media besides Instagram. We decided that we wanted to meet up after about a week of chatting on Instagram, and decided on the next Thursday night. She said she worked downtown and told me to go to a certain street at about 10 after she got off of work, and we could hang out. I was a little nervous to meet her because she seemed so cool, and I drove to the location a little bit early. I texted her saying I had arrived, and she told me that she was in her car and that it was black and it was parked a little ways up from me. I looked up and saw the car. She said I should come over and get in the car with her, and she'd drive us to her favorite late-night restaurant. I got out of my car and approached hers. As I got closer, I noticed that all of the windows were tinted pretty dark and heard it start to move. I sprinted to my car and got in and started it. Then I quickly drove away instincts, and I reluctantly walked slower towards the car. I started driving home and then decided to just start taking random turns in an effort to lose the tail. A split second, the person in the driver's seat at just about every option, but the car kept following me. We did this for about 30 minutes before finally the car decided to stop following me. Then I drove back home, but took the longest way possible. When I got home, the account and all of the messages were surprisingly still there. I reported everything to the police. As it turns out, the girl was real and had nothing to do with what happened, but her account had just been hacked. The date may not have worked out for me, but I feel very happy that I'm alright.
I'm a 26-year-old female. Earlier this year, I met up with one of my best friends, Courtney. It was a Friday night and we went to a local village. Next to the center of town, there were some restaurants, and there was also a park with live music being played. We had made reservations to the restaurant, but got there about an hour early to walk around and enjoy the night. It was very nice weather that evening, and lots of other people were out. Courtney and I walked over to the concert, and there was a bit of a crowd standing nearby. We hung out there for a while until it was time for our dinner reservations. While we were over there, I took a picture of Courtney and I and posted it to my Snapchat story. We later went to a nearby restaurant and then walked around the plaza. After we left, we each went home. Now, after arriving back to my apartment, I saw that I had a few Snapchat notifications. One of them in particular caught my eye. A guy who I did not know responded to my story. He responded to the picture of Courtney and I and said, "I was behind you guys." I did not have any clue as to who this guy was, and I did not even remember becoming friends with him on Snapchat. I realized that he must have recognized us though, and also been at the concert thing. I responded with something like, "Oh, haha, that's funny." He then said something like, "Yes, I was watching you the whole time." I was a little bit creeped out by this response, but hoped and assumed that he was just joking. I did not respond. However, the man then sent another message a very short time later. I looked, and he asked where I was going next weekend and said that he would watch us then too. I asked the man who he even was. I was wondering why and when I became friends with him on Snapchat. The man did not respond, but left me on read. After that, I blocked him. I then started talking to Courtney and telling her of the situation. Courtney said that the guy had also sent her some Snapchats that same night. She also mentioned how he was being creepy. and she too did not know who he was. After that, she blocked him as well. I remember that for a few days, and the next time I saw Courtney, I was a little bit paranoid. Luckily, nothing strange has happened since, except I never saw what the guy looked like, and I still don't know. I'm not sure if he was actually at the concert thing and watching us, or if he was just saying that on Snapchat. I honestly don't know why. I'm just hoping that I never encounter him again.
Last year, my laptop broke, and I really needed a new one. I looked around online, and also went to Best Buy, but then I had the idea to look on Facebook Marketplace as well. It seemed like it could be the cheapest and fastest option. I didn't need it to be brand new, and I also didn't want to wait for the shipping time of buying a used one online. So I looked to Facebook Marketplace of people that were close to me. Luckily, I live in an area with quite a few other people. I was able to find the laptop that I wanted and found one for a reasonable price as well. It was not too far away, and I contacted the seller and said that I would like to buy it as soon as possible. The seller got back to me a short time later and told me that I could come over to his house. I didn't like this idea though. Possibly nothing bad would happen and it would be fine, but I didn't want to go to a random guy's house. I responded to him and said that I would rather meet in a public location that was in the area. The man asked why, and I said that I just didn't want to go to someone's house that I didn't know. After a little more of a conversation through Facebook messaging, he finally agreed. He gave me a name of a local restaurant to meet him at and said that he would be there at 9 p.m. I agreed and then went to withdraw some cash. I wasn't all that happy that the man wanted to meet at 9 o'clock at night, but at least it was a public location. I had never been to the restaurant before where he wanted to meet, but that night I drove there, and it was a smaller and older looking place. There was nothing else really that close to it, and it was kind of away from the other businesses in the area. The parking lot was in the back, and I parked and then messaged the seller, letting him know that I was there. He responded saying to come inside. After that, I got out of my car and walked inside the restaurant. The place seemed pretty old, and also appeared to be more of a bar than a restaurant. I found a small open table and sat down at a stool and looked around. I couldn't tell where the guy was. His profile picture from Facebook was not of himself, but a logo of a sports team. I looked around to see if there was a guy with a laptop or by himself, but I didn't see anybody. I messaged him, saying that I was there and inside, and asked him where he was. A couple of minutes went by, and I still didn't see him, and he didn't reply either. Finally, after about 5 minutes, I got a notification that he responded. When I read it, he said that he was sorry, but he couldn't make it. I was really confused. He had just texted me earlier telling me to come on inside as if he was there. Now he says he's not going to make it? I was frustrated and decided to just leave. I didn't even want to buy the laptop from him anymore. The guy was just too weird. I was sure that there were plenty of other good laptops for sale, and I wouldn't have a problem finding another one. So I got up and left the bar. I headed out to my car in the parking lot behind the bar and then got inside. Then I started to drive back home. The bar was maybe 15 minutes from my house, and when I got back onto the roads, they were very quiet. But after beginning to drive home, a car left the bar right behind me. I thought nothing of it at first, but the more I drove, it remained right on my tail. After making several turns, it didn't seem like a coincidence anymore. It seemed like whoever was driving that car was deliberately following me, especially because of the fact that they were following really close behind, and if I went faster or slower, they would maintain about the same speed as I was going. When I got within 5 minutes of my apartment, I started to really worry. But part of me was just telling myself, there's no way this car is actually following me. It's just me being paranoid. It was a pickup truck that was following me, and about average size. I really could just see the headlights though, and couldn't tell who was behind the wheel. Finally, I made it to the turnoff for my apartment. I lived in a pretty large complex that had multiple buildings and a huge parking lot. When I pulled in, so did the truck. That was my worst fear. I drove through the parking lot but did not stop. Instead, I drove all the way through and then left the parking lot on the other side. The truck also left with me. At that point, it was pretty much confirmed 100% to me that I was being followed. My adrenaline was rushing and I was desperate to lose the car. But still, I knew better than to speed or drive recklessly. Instead, I started turning onto random streets and into random businesses and restaurant parking lots.
Then I would exit out the other side and go back onto the road. It was probably very clear to whoever was behind me now that I knew they were following me and I was trying to lose them. This went on for quite some time though, probably 30 minutes. Soon though, my light came on signaling that I needed to get gas soon. I got really worried. I couldn't keep this up for much longer. The truck was still right on my tail. I kept doing what I was doing and would probably be able to go for about 40 more miles or so. Then, when I made a turn, the truck just went the other way. I couldn't believe it, but it was finally over. I guess he finally gave up. After the truck drove away, I went and got some gas and then went back to my apartment. I was very careful the entire time, and I did not see the truck for the rest of the drive. After getting back home, I realized that the driver of the truck was likely the seller of the laptop. I hadn't really thought about it when I was being followed, but it all made sense now. He told me that he was inside the bar to try to get me to go in. I went back to look at the listing, and it was now gone. The user had blocked me as well, whoever he was. I was a little bit worried, because originally I did drive to my apartment complex, but I just hoped that he thought it was the first of all the random places that I turned in to lose him. He also wouldn't know which building I lived in or which unit was mine. Luckily though, I never saw him again. I also haven't used Facebook Marketplace since that incident. This was something that happened several years ago now. I was in college going into my junior year. Up until that point, I lived in the dorms, which was required for underclassmen in my university. For my junior year, I was moving into an off-campus house. I was very excited and would be living with 3 other girls who I was good friends with. The house was a lot of space. It had 4 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, and a kitchen, living room, and bathroom on the main floor. It also had a basement. None of us really had any furniture, so I went on Facebook Marketplace to find some. I knew that you could usually get free furniture on there, or furniture for really cheap. I didn't care if it was used or not the best quality, because we would likely only be using it for 2 years. After looking around on Facebook Marketplace for a while, I found some good options. One that I really liked was a couch that was free and just on the other side of town. The ad said that it was like new and free because the owner had gotten a new couch. The pictures were good quality and there appeared to be nothing wrong with it at all. Now, this was early in the summer, right after we got the house, and it had no furniture in it at all. I was the only one of the roommates who was there at the time, and I decided that I would get this couch for free for us. The location where the couch was just over 5 minutes away. I asked the owner if it was available, and a man named Ryan responded and said that it was. Based on his profile picture, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s and looked like an average guy for the most part. I arranged to come and pick it up that night at 7 p.m. I got lucky and was able to borrow a pickup truck from a friend at college so that I could get the couch. It never would have fit inside of my car. So when the time came, I drove to the address. When I got there, it seemed to be in a pretty average neighborhood for being near a college campus. The houses were all old-looking and fairly small. I told the owner that I was there through Facebook and then walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. Ryan answered the door quickly. He was tall and skinny and looked just like his picture. He was friendly and invited me inside. But after getting inside, things quickly turned sketchy. When I got inside of Ryan's house and took a few steps in, he quickly went behind me and stood right in front of the front door. I also didn't see the couch anywhere. As Ryan stood there, I expected him to tell me where it was or something, but instead, he started making small talk. He asked me if I went to the college and what my major was and stuff. At first, it just seemed friendly, but then he asked me where I lived, if I lived alone, and if I was single. Things like that, and after several minutes of this conversation, I brought up the couch. I thought he was being kind of weird. I asked him where it was, and he told me that it was just down in his basement. This disappointed me. The pictures online did not appear as though they were taken in the basement. I specifically remembered seeing natural sunlight, and it looked like it was in the living room, not an underground basement. And if he knew he was getting rid of it, why wouldn't he bring it upstairs? Ryan then said that he would have brought the couch upstairs, but he couldn't lift it by himself. I guess that made sense, as he was a pretty skinny dude. But the couch was not one of those huge ones. It was sort of on the smaller side for couches. He stayed standing right in front of the front door, almost like he was blocking it. He then pointed to the basement door, which was maybe 10 feet from where he was standing. I walked over to it, and then he said, "You can lead the way."
I opened up the basement door and looked down the stairs. Suddenly, my sketchy feeling from him that I had got a lot worse. From where I was standing at the top of the stairs, the basement looked really dark and unfinished. The stairs were very old looking, and the floors were just concrete. I saw a light switch and turned it on, but nothing happened. Ryan now moved and was standing right behind me. He said, "Oh yeah, the light bulb's burnt out." I really didn't want to go down there. I quickly thought of a reason to get out of there and away from him. Ryan said, "Go ahead," after I had been just standing at the top of the stairs for a few seconds. I then said to him, "Actually, I really have to use the restroom." I turned around and said that I had better go. Ryan didn't move and told me that there was a bathroom I could use in the basement. I said that I would much rather use one upstairs. Then he told me that he had another one on that level that I could use. I wanted to just leave, but I panicked and said okay. He said that it was right down the hall and pointed in the direction of it. As he did this, he moved back to right in front of the front door like he had been before. I walked in the direction of the hallway as he stayed where he was. I found the bathroom and went inside of it. I was panicking and didn't know what to do. I started to call one of my friends who was on campus when I heard Ryan walking closer. It was very quiet, but I heard the floor creak a little ways away. I did not hear footsteps, but I could just tell that he was walking closer. Everything was completely silent in the house, other than the light sounds of creaking on the floor. I tried not to make any noise. It seemed as though Ryan was very slowly and quietly walking closer to me. I had locked the bathroom door, but I didn't know what he was doing. Soon, I could tell that Ryan was right outside of the bathroom door on the other side. I texted my friend as quietly as I could about what was going on. Then, I very quietly ducked down and looked on the floor. Underneath the small gap at the bottom of the door, I saw Ryan's shoes. He was standing right there on the other side. I carefully walked towards the back of the bathroom without making a sound. Then, I flushed the toilet. When I did, I heard Ryan walking away. He was moving back to the front end of the house. I pretended to run the sink. Then I turned it off and left the bathroom. Ryan was back standing by the front door, but from this hallway, I couldn't see him, and he couldn't see me. I looked to the other side of the hallway. There was what appeared to be a back door to the house that led outside. Instead of walking back to the living room where Ryan was, I went to the back door. Then I opened it and went outside. As soon as I made it out, I sprinted around the house and for the street where my car was parked. I didn't stop to look and made it inside the truck and then drove off. When I did, I looked to the house and didn't see Ryan at all. I made it back to my house safely and felt lucky to have gotten out of there. When I went back on Facebook, Ryan had blocked me and I couldn't find the listing. Looking back, I don't know what Ryan's intentions were, but he was really sketchy and creepy. I used Facebook Marketplace to try to sell my car. I had an old SUV that I was trying to see what I could get for. I had recently gotten a newer vehicle. I knew that my SUV wasn't worth all that much and was just asking $3,000 for it. It ran fine, but had a lot of miles and was older. I took some pictures and then listed it on Facebook Marketplace. Within days, I had some interest in the car. The very first person to contact me about it was a woman named Annie. She told me that she was very interested and would like to come over and take a look at the car. I told her that she could come by any time the next day because I didn't have anything going on. She suggested 8 p.m. and I agreed to it. So the next night, I got the car out of the garage and onto the driveway. Now, I live in a very quiet neighborhood with a little bit more space. My driveway is pretty long, so I put the SUV I was selling about halfway down. At 8 o'clock, a van pulled up in front of the bushes at the end of my front yard. I figured this had to be Annie. Sure enough, a woman got out that resembled the profile picture. She had blonde hair that was decently long and was wearing a black coat. She walked up to me by the car and we shook hands. Then she began looking at the vehicle. After about 5 minutes, she asked if we could go for a test drive, and I agreed. She got in the driver's seat and I got in the passenger's. Then she backed out of the driveway, and I suggested that we should just drive around the neighborhood a little bit. The roads around there were usually very quiet and pretty easy to drive on. So we left and drove around my neighborhood for a little while. The test drive went as expected. Annie asked several basic questions about the car and seemed to be genuinely interested in it. I answered her questions, and I really thought that I might be able to sell the car to her. She drove the car pretty well, and after about 15 minutes, we headed back to my house. When we got there, she pulled back into the driveway and parked the car where it had been. After we got out of the car, she gave the keys back to me and said that she would have to think about it. I understood. I was a little bit disappointed, but buying a car is a big decision, so I really wasn't that let down or anything. I told her to let me know if she wanted it, and then we shook hands again and said bye to each other. Then I went back inside of my house as Annie drove away. After getting back inside of my house, though, almost instantly I heard something. Now, I live alone and don't have any pets, so I didn't know what on earth the noise could have been. Then I heard footsteps coming from inside. They were in the other room, as I was just inside of the living room. It sounded like it was coming from possibly the kitchen, and there was no doubt that somebody else was in my house with me. I called out, asking if anybody was there. Things were just silent. I yelled loudly, asking if anybody was inside my house, and said that I was calling the police if they were. After yelling that, I backed away towards my front door. I could leave the house if somebody was in here and came after me. My heart was racing, and I didn't really know what to do, because clearly somebody else was inside. Then I heard the back door to my house that goes to the patio open up. This was still out of my view, so I couldn't see anything. The door then shut, and I stayed where I was. I wasn't 100% sure that whoever was in the house had actually left. Probably 10 seconds later, as I still stood in the living room by the front door to my house, I heard a noise coming from outside and behind me. It was coming from the driveway, and I looked and saw a man sprinting down my driveway. He was running so fast, plus the sun had just set, so I couldn't get a good description of him. The only thing I could really tell was that he was a grown man in dark clothing. After he sprinted to the end of the driveway, my jaw dropped. I watched him quickly jump into the back seat of a car that had just come to a stop on the side of the road in front of my house. The car was the same van that Annie had been driving. After he got inside, the van violently screeched away. It was only then that I looked around my entire house to make sure that nobody else was there. They were gone, but I had several things stolen from me. Some cash from my bedroom, a watch, my old iPhone that I didn't use anymore, and a couple of other small things. I called the police, and they came out a short time later. I told them everything, but unfortunately, I didn't get the license plate to the van. Annie, if that was even her name, blocked me on Facebook, but I gave what I could to the police. The way the intruder got in the house was my own fault. I had left my garage door open when I was gone, and the door to the house from the garage was unlocked. I felt really stupid for that. But my neighborhood is always very quiet, and my garage is so far back in the driveway, I never felt in danger if it was open. I guess the guy was in Annie's van, and when we left for the test drive, he got out and just walked right in. I learned not to invite anybody that I didn't know to my house after this. From that point forward, when I tried selling my car, I had them meet me at a local business or something. If you use any websites like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist, I would advise you to learn from my mistake and meet in a public location if you have to meet at all.
Like many people, I use Instagram basically every day. I personally don't post a whole lot, but I've had Instagram for years and have made about 50 total posts. I mainly enjoy scrolling through my feed and looking at posts on the Explore page. I look at a lot of memes and news, things like that. I'm a 22-year-old guy, and last year when I was in college, it was towards the end of the school year and I was in my room watching a YouTube video on my phone. In the middle of it, I saw an Instagram notification. I clicked on it and saw that a girl named Paige was requesting to follow me. I looked at her profile, but she was private. Her profile picture looked like she was at a college football game, and she looked like a fun person based on that. In her bio, it said that she went to a nearby university that was really large and well known. She had a little over 1,000 followers and was following about 400 people. It also said that she had 100 posts, and although I didn't recognize her, I accepted her follow request and requested to follow her back because she seemed like a cool person. After that, I went back to my YouTube video. The next day, I went on Instagram again and looked to see if Paige had accepted my follow request. When I looked though, I noticed she had declined my request, but she was still following me. I found this odd and was a little bit disappointed, but other than that, it wasn't a huge deal. But the next day, there was more. I went on Instagram and saw that there was a new notification. It said that Paige had liked one of my photos. When I looked at the photo that she had liked, it was a photo that I had posted over 4 years ago, so obviously she had been on my profile.
I thought maybe she declined my follow request by accident, so I requested to follow her again and then checked back an hour later. When I did, I saw she had declined it again. This was just confusing to me, but I didn't want to waste any more time playing Instagram games with some girl, so I decided to forget about the whole thing once and for all. Not too long after that, though, strange things started happening. I lived in a very small 2-bedroom house just off campus from where I went to school. It was in a little neighborhood, and I lived with my roommate Jack. He told me one morning that the previous night he thought he saw someone running through our backyard. The next few days, we heard several strange noises from around the house, but didn't see anything. Most of the noises sounded like they were coming from our yard. Sometimes it even sounded like they were coming from our house. Finally, one night when I was sleeping, I woke up to hear the loud noise of a rattling at my window. I got up and turned my light on. When I did, the noise stopped. I ran to my window and looked out and saw a man running away who looked back at me for a split second. With it being night, I couldn't make out really any details, but it was definitely a grown man. I woke up my roommate Jack, and we both stayed up for a while contemplating what we should do about this situation. We ended up not calling the police or anything. The next day, I was just scrolling around Instagram again. For some reason, I thought back to the page girl. I went to her profile again, but this time, I saw that the account had now been deleted. I believe the person who followed me was not Paige at all, but a man pretending to be some girl, and that's why he kept declining my request to follow him. I guess I may never know for sure, but it was just too much of a coincidence for me.
I have a terrible horror story from using Facebook Marketplace. I'm telling you, I will never use it again, and I'm still mad about it. So this happened about 2 years ago. I had this really nice 50-inch TV, which had been the main TV in my living room. However, I got a new one that was 65 inches. The other one was too big for my bedroom, and I already had one in there, so I decided to sell the 50-inch TV. I thought, what better place to sell a television than Facebook Marketplace? So I took a couple of pictures and then listed it. At first, I got nothing. Then somebody lowballed me, and I blocked them for making such an insulting offer. Then somebody reasonable came along. It was a guy named Tim. Tim said that he was interested in buying the TV and asked me if it worked. I told him yes, it works just like new, which it did. He then gave me an offer, and I countered, which he accepted. I was perfectly satisfied with the amount of money that I would be getting. So we arranged a date and time for Tim to come over and buy the TV. When it arrived, he showed up to my house, and I invited him inside. I turned on the TV, showing him that it worked and everything. Then he paid me the cash, and I gave him the television. He carried it out into his car, and then he left. I was happy with the sale that I made. A couple of weeks went by, and then, out of nowhere, I got a message from Tim on Facebook. He said that the TV broke, and he wanted a full refund for it. Now, when I sold it to him, it had worked just fine. It was also 2 weeks since I had made the sale. I was a seller on Facebook Marketplace. I don't offer any kind of a warranty. I told him no. I was pretty confident that whatever happened to the TV, if anything actually happened to it, it was probably Tim's fault. Out of curiosity, I asked him what exactly happened to the TV. Tim claimed that he had no clue and said that it was just broke. He also said that I must have done something to it. He then claimed that he could sue me. I asked to see a picture. Tim sent me a picture of the TV, which had clearly been smashed. It looked like somebody had punched the screen. I asked him if he had punched it, which made him really angry. He asked me if I was going to give him a refund or not. I told him no. I told him that it's been weeks and I'm not required to offer any kind of a warranty. I reminded him how I showed him the TV worked fine just before he bought it. Tim then cursed me out and I blocked him. I couldn't believe he expected me to give him a refund. That very same night, he showed up at my house. Obviously, he knew my address from before, and he banged on my door after getting there. I did not open it for him, and I yelled for him to go away. He shouted back that he was not leaving without his money. He said that he brought the TV with him, and he wanted to return it. I looked out the window, and I saw that he did in fact have the TV with him. I said that he couldn't, and that was that. Tim still wasn't leaving, so I threatened to call the police. Finally, that seemed to get him to go away. But as he was leaving, I watched him walk over to my car in the driveway and throw the TV at my windshield. He then walked away, leaving the TV on the driveway. After he left, I walked out to see if there was any damage to my car. Surprisingly, there wasn't. The windshield held up perfectly. I couldn't say the same for the TV though. It was already broken, but after it fell to the pavement of the driveway, it got even more broken. Luckily though, I never saw Tim or heard from him again after that.
This happened last year and still creeps me out when I think of it. So I was at home one night by myself. I was just in my bedroom scrolling through my phone. All of a sudden, I saw this Snapchat notification from a name that I did not recognize. I was curious, so I went to Snapchat and opened the snap to see. It was a selfie of what appeared to be a man. However, this photo was taken extremely close to his face, and he also appeared to be in a very dark room. I could barely see his face at all, and didn't recognize it to be anybody that I knew. The picture honestly looked very creepy. There was no words with the picture, and that was it. I guess at some point, I must have become friends with this guy. I didn't know when though. I had Snapchat for probably 10 years. I did not send a picture back, but instead typed a message for the guy, asking who he was. Then he sent another photo. When I opened it, I saw that it was much like the one before. It was honestly so creepy. I wish I would have screenshotted it, but I didn't. I thought that maybe the person sent a picture like this by mistake, but after the second one, I realized that it was not. I asked again who it was. The person's response, though, really shocked me. He simply said, "I'm coming over now." I thought that he had to be joking, but I also realized then that I had my location on Snapchat. I quickly went into the settings and turned my location off. If this guy was serious, I was hoping that he would not know where I was. Then I blocked the mysterious guy. I thought that was it. I returned to what I was doing, but I couldn't help but feel a little bit creeped out by the whole thing. Well, roughly 30 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I had a terrible feeling instantly. I think by now it was like 10-something at night. Not a normal time for somebody to come to the door. I carefully left my bedroom and went down the hallway. Eventually, I got to a window that I could look out and see who was there. When I did, I saw a man wearing a ski mask standing there. I couldn't believe it. The guy must have got my location before I had turned it off. I watched him knock on the door again. Then he started to look around. When he did, I quickly moved back and away from the window. I heard the guy walk off the step, but did not know where he was going to. The next thing I knew, I heard him right outside one of the main windows. I ran back into my bedroom and then called the police. I locked my bedroom door and covered my window. Then I just waited. I did not hear anything during this time. I wasn't sure what was going on, if he was trying to break in or maybe if he left. About 10 minutes later is when the cops arrived. They came to the front door and I told them about what happened. They offered to look around, and I almost said that they didn't have to, but I ended up saying sure. Then they looked around my backyard, and surprisingly found the man hiding in some bushes. When they located him, they asked him to come out. He ignored them and then tried to run. However, the police caught up with him before he left the yard. It was the same guy who had been Snapchatting me. I'm not sure what his plans were. I'm just glad that he was caught. For some background to the story, I'm a female and was 17 at the time. I was a senior in high school and lived with my parents. I have Snapchat and have had it since middle school actually. It was a very common way for me to talk to friends in high school. Occasionally, I would get added by random people who I didn't know. I would say it happened about every week or two. However, I never added anybody back unless I knew exactly who they were. I added some random people back when I was much younger, and some of them were kind of weird, so I stopped doing that. Well, I remember one day, I got added by some random guy on Snapchat. I did not add him back and deleted it. So I think it was the next day or else a couple days later, I got added by one of my friends from school. It was not one of my best friends, but somebody who I knew decently.
I already was friends with her on Snapchat, so when I saw it, I figured that she made a new account. In high school, it was not that uncommon for people to make new accounts for various reasons. I didn't think too much of it, and I added her back. That afternoon, after I arrived home from school, I was just in my bedroom at my desk, and that same friend messaged me on Snapchat. She asked me what I was doing, and I said that I was just at home doing homework. She then told me that she was going to come over. I said okay, but it seemed a little bit odd. She had maybe come over like once or twice, but it had been a really long time. I also hadn't really hung out with her in a while. During this time, my parents were still gone at work, and I was at home by myself. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I assumed it to be my friend, and I was still a little bit confused that she was coming over at all. But she also did not text me on Snapchat to say that she was there or anything. So I left my bedroom, and I walked out into the living room. I soon saw that there was a random man standing on the front step. I had no idea who he was or what he was doing at my house. I decided not to answer the door. Luckily, he did not see me when I looked out of the window. I then went back to my bedroom. When I did, I saw that my friend had now messaged me on Snapchat. She told me that she was outside and asked to be let in. Now I knew what was going on. This was not my friend at all, but this man must have been pretending to be her. I instantly blocked the account. I then went back out into the living room and saw that the man was still standing there. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about it, but that's when I noticed my dad's car going down the street. He was coming back home from work. As soon as he started to pull into the driveway, the man at the front step just took off running. He left the front yard, going back out into the street. My dad came inside and mentioned how he saw a guy running from our yard. I told him what happened, and he called the cops. We talked to them when they came out, and they said that they would look into it. That man must have known my friend's name if he pretended to be her. How he even knew who I was, I do not know. My best guess is that he saw me on Facebook or Instagram or something, or maybe even in person. He must have looked at my friends list on probably Facebook to get her name and then impersonate her on Snapchat. It was crazy, but luckily I never heard from him or saw him again.
A couple of years ago, I bought a gaming computer on Facebook Marketplace. I've been wanting to buy one for a while, and I knew that they're typically very expensive. So that gave me the idea to go on Facebook Marketplace and look for a used one. After several days of looking, I found one that I wanted. I decided to reach out to the seller and ask a little more information about it. The seller was a guy named Jeremy. We went back and forth a little bit, and I decided that I wanted to buy it. It was a pretty good deal, so we agreed on a day that I would go over and get the computer. It also came with a monitor, keyboard, and mouse as well. So after I bought it, I took it home, set it up, and started using it. I was happy with my purchase, and I used the computer for the next week and a half. Then I got another message on Facebook from Jeremy. He said that he wanted his computer back. I was really confused when I saw this, because he had just sold it to me like a week before. He said that he changed his mind and wanted it back now. I didn't want to return it. I liked the computer, and I had already installed several games and other programs on it. I told Jeremy no, I wasn't going to return it. Then Jeremy said that he would give me a certain amount of money for it. The funny thing is that the amount he offered was less than I paid for the computer by a few $100s. I pointed that out, and he said that it was all he could afford to give. Now, when he originally said he wanted it back, I assumed that meant he would pay the full price. I said the answer was still no. I was really annoyed that this guy was trying to get the computer back, and even more annoyed that he wasn't offering the full price. If he didn't want to sell it, then he shouldn't have sold it. However, Jeremy was not happy that I refused to give the computer back. He then sent me a friend request on Facebook, and then started messaging me a bunch of times. I ignored him for a while, but after he kept sending me messages for like 3 days straight, I blocked him. I thought that was that. This situation was strange enough. But unfortunately, that was not the end of Jeremy. Probably about a week after I blocked Jeremy, he showed up to my house. I happened to be home alone and was in my bedroom, on the very gaming computer that I had bought from Jeremy. It was nighttime and about 8 p.m. and dark out. I heard a knocking coming from the front door. I got up and left my room and went over to the living room and then looked out of the window. Jeremy was there on the front step. I recognized him from when I bought the computer. How did he know where I lived? This was really strange. I watched him stand there and knock again on the front door. I was wondering what on earth he had planned. Did he think that by showing up at my house unannounced that would make me change my mind? I stayed in the living room and ignored his knocks. I was hoping that he would just go away, and most of the lights in my house were off, so maybe he would think that I wasn't home. But I watched Jeremy hang around the front step for several more minutes. I was kind of looking around, and I had to move back from the window so that he wouldn't see me. He came back and knocked again on the front door, this time louder. He also yelled, asking for me to come outside. I still ignored him. I walked back to my bedroom, hoping that Jeremy would eventually give up and leave. When I got back to my room, I put in some headphones and sat back down at my computer. For the next 5 minutes or so, everything was fine. But suddenly, I heard a knocking sound. I took out my headphones and looked to the direction of my window. Jeremy was standing there, looking into my bedroom. I got up and ran over to the window and closed the blinds. Jeremy started yelling at me, but I couldn't really hear what he said very well. I left my bedroom and went back towards the living room. By that time, Jeremy had made his way back towards my front door. Then he started banging on it again. I went over to the door and shouted to him that I was going to call the police. Jeremy yelled at me to give the computer back. Then I called the cops. I told them what was going on, and Jeremy still wasn't leaving, and he continued to stay there, even after I got off the phone with the police. But unfortunately, he finally left just moments before the cops got there. I talked to them, gave them a description of Jeremy, and told them my side of the story. After that, the police left and said to call back if Jeremy ever returned. I was afraid that he would, but luckily he didn't. I still have a hard time believing how crazy it was, and I can't believe that actually happened. I had recently gotten a new car and had to sell my old one. I had bought it used, and it was kind of old, so I listed it on Facebook Marketplace. I was told that was a good place to sell a car. It seemed better than Craigslist, which always seemed a little bit sketchy to me. So after listing the car, I did receive a few messages about it in the first couple of days, but none of them really went anywhere. Then I would get the first serious interest. It was a man by the name of Ben on Facebook. He messaged me and said that he wanted to buy my car. We talked briefly, and basically the guy wanted to meet up and look at the car as soon as possible. I suggested a nearby shopping center parking lot for us to meet. At this point, it was sometime in the afternoon, and Ben wanted to meet that same night. I said that would be fine, and we agreed on 8:30 p.m. in the back of the parking lot. The shopping center had quite a few stores and a very large parking lot. Most of it was usually always empty. It was maybe 10 minutes from my house. So I ended up going there, expecting to meet Ben, who was seeming to be a serious buyer. I arrived slightly early, and after getting there, let Ben know that I was there. Then I just waited. Some time went by, and 8:30 came and went. Ben still hadn't showed up. I messaged him, asking where he was. He didn't respond though. I was getting frustrated. It appeared as though he had changed his mind about the car without telling me. After waiting past 9 o'clock, I finally left and started driving back home. About 10 minutes later, I arrived. At the time, I lived alone in a smaller house. As I was driving down my street, which is usually very quiet, I noticed headlights quickly coming up behind me. I remember thinking to myself, that person was going a little bit fast for this street. By the time I reached my driveway, they were right on my tail. So I pulled into my driveway, expecting them to drive past, but then the car that was behind me pulled in right after. Now my driveway was pretty short, but sort of wide. It could barely take 2 cars in front of each other. The car I usually drove was in the garage, and I was driving the one that I was trying to sell. So after this car pulled in behind me, I could only see the bright headlights shining in. I had a bad feeling about it. I wasn't expecting anyone at my house, and had no clue as to who this could be. But then I got the idea that maybe it was the guy from Facebook Marketplace. I knew that I couldn't get out of my car, so I turned to the right a little. Then I saw the car behind me start to turn to the right. I didn't know what exactly to do. I wanted to leave, but I felt like my car might be stuck there. The car behind me then started honking. I did not recognize the vehicle and was 100% sure that I didn't know this person. I then turned my wheel and just hit the gas. My car narrowly missed my garage, but I made it. Then I started to make a U-turn, but the car ended up going into the grass of my front yard off of the driveway. When I did this, the car behind me started backing up and turning to try to keep up with me. I was able to make it out of the driveway and started going down my road as quickly as I could. The car behind me was soon able to follow. I drove to the end of my street and then went through some residential streets for a short time. Then eventually I made it to a busier road. I traveled on that for a while, and then sometime over there is when the car behind me stopped following. I'm not sure when, because I was looking forward for several minutes, and there were also some other cars out on that road, but sometime whoever was following me stopped. Then I carefully went back home. Luckily, I didn't see the car again. I just have a feeling that that was Ben from Facebook Marketplace. He was probably just trying to follow me home and never even wanted to look at the car. Maybe he was going to try to steal the car or rob me. That's my best guess. But when I went back onto Facebook, he had blocked me. I tried reporting it to Facebook Marketplace, but I'm not sure what could really be done. After that though, I haven't used Facebook Marketplace since. This happened in August of 2019. I was using Facebook Marketplace to look for some furniture. I had used Marketplace as a way to both buy and sell things several times before. For me, it had worked great to that point. However, I had the weirdest experience of my life the last time that I used it. So I remember that I found this desk that seemed good. I was looking for one. I just wanted like a very basic desk. Then I could paint it and do other stuff to customize it if I wanted. So I was searching for really cheap ones, and I found one that I really liked for about $10. I contacted the seller and said that I could come over the next day and get it. The seller was a guy named Corey. So Corey told me to come anytime the next day, but to just let him know. So the next day, he gave me his address, and I texted him and then headed over when it was all right. I put his address into my maps on my phone and drove over there. I drove my SUV and removed the back seats to fit the desk. When I arrived in Corey's neighborhood, it did not appear to be very nice. Several of the homes seemed to be vacant or abandoned. Some had overgrown grass and trees in the front yard, and others had graffiti on them. And Corey's place was not too much nicer. It was this small white house that was really dirty and had long grass. I looked multiple times to make sure that I was in the right place, and I was. So I parked on the side of the road and texted Corey. He told me to come on inside. So I walked up through the yard of overgrown grass and then to the front step and knocked on the door. I waited for almost a minute before the door opened. This man with long hair and a long beard answered. I told him that I was there for the desk he was selling on Facebook Marketplace. He then told me to come inside and pointed over to the desk. It was sitting on the ground not far away from the front door at all. Inside of Corey's house, there appeared to be almost no furniture at all. That was kind of strange, but I walked over and then Corey offered to help me with the desk. We both grabbed one end and carefully lifted it. Then we walked it to my car and put it in the back. I paid Corey the money, and overall, he seemed pretty nice. Then he went back to his house, and I got inside of my car and drove away. Now, after getting back home, I was able to unload the desk by myself and get it inside. Then I got a good look at it for the first time. The desk had a few drawers, but I realized they were all empty except for one. Inside one of the drawers, in the very back, there was this envelope taped to the inside of it. I was curious as to what it was, and I took it and opened it. Inside were a bunch of pictures. They were all taken from a disposable camera. Most of the pictures were of my Facebook profile though. It was like somebody had taken a picture of a computer screen. It really creeped me out when I saw it. Then there were a few others. One was of the listing of my apartment building online. That one confused me at first, but then I saw a few more pictures, and they were of me. It was when I was walking up to Corey's house and when I was getting out of my car. I was so freaked out by this, but I didn't know what to do. I went onto Facebook again to try to find Corey's account, but I couldn't. It was like he was just gone. Either he deleted his account or he blocked me or something. After that, I just kind of moved on. I still have the desk, and I don't know where the envelope of pictures are. I think I lost it. But I'm just glad that I never saw Corey again after that. Maybe it was his idea of a joke or something, but it was sure creepy. Year, I was selling a motorized scooter on Facebook Marketplace. This scooter was pretty new and one of the nicer ones as well. I had got it brand new for over $500. Well, not long after listing it at all, it started to get some interest. There was this one guy who messaged me about it pretty early on and said that he wanted to come over and look at it. I asked him how serious he was about it, and he said very. I had the scooter in my garage, and after this guy agreed to pay the full price for it, I told him that he could come over and buy it. I gave him my address, which is a pretty standard house where I live with my wife. That evening at around 6 p.m., the guy came over. I went out into the driveway and met him there. I can't remember what his name was, but I was basically expecting him to see the scooter, turn it on and try it, and then give me the money. I had my garage door open and the scooter was just outside of it. The guy walked over and looked at the scooter. We turned it on and I showed him that it worked. But then the guy looked at it for a while longer and said that he would have to think about it. I told him that I thought he said he was serious, and he said that he was, but then he said something about he could get it when he got paid next week. I knew that meant probably no, and I just said all right, whatever, and then said bye to the guy. He walked away and I put the scooter away back in the garage. Then I went inside of my house. So hours later, at probably 10 or 11 p.m. that night, I was inside and going to go to bed very soon. I was in the living room with my wife, and we heard this noise coming from outside. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, and I got up to look out the window, but really couldn't see anything. As I was looking though, we heard another noise. I still couldn't tell what it was, so I went over to the front door and I opened it. I knew the noise was coming from outside and near the driveway. After I opened up the door, I heard some movement from the bushes near the garage. I stepped outside and asked who was there. Nobody answered me. I walked closer to where I heard the sounds. It was very dark and quiet now. I couldn't see very well, but I continued to go closer. Soon I reached my garage area. There were some bushes to the side of it, between the fence leading to my next door neighbor's yard. I walked over to that, and then I realized that the smaller door to my garage was open a crack. At this point, I probably should have walked back inside my house and called the police, but I didn't. Instead, I walked to the door and opened it. I looked inside of the dark garage, but just moments later, I saw some movement and then noticed a man walking towards me. I moved back and left the garage. I went back towards my house and then heard the guy running in another direction behind me. When I looked, I noticed that it was the same guy who had come to look at the scooter earlier. He now ran into the street in the opposite direction and then quickly went out of my sight. Somehow, he had gotten into my garage, probably to try to steal the scooter. I called the police and then moved the scooter to inside of my house. The cops came out and I had a conversation with them, but the guy was long gone. After that, they left. Luckily, the man never came back. His Facebook account was deleted too, so I couldn't give it to the police. That was my craziest experience with Facebook Marketplace. This is something that I will never forget. It happened almost 5 years ago now. For some background, I'm a female and was looking to buy a car at the time of this story. I wanted to get something used and somewhat cheap, so I looked to both Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. After searching those sites for about a week, I found this car that looked really good. It seemed to be a good deal, and after all of my research, I wanted to look at it. so I contacted the seller, saying how I was interested in all that stuff. We ended up talking and arranging a time to meet up and look at the car. The seller was a guy named Mike. He was a bigger guy with a dark goatee. We agreed to meet at this gas station about 5 miles from where I lived. I figured that meeting in a public place would be safe, so I drove my current car at the time, which was barely running. I got to the gas station at about 7 p.m. Things were quiet, and minutes later, I saw the car that I wanted to buy enter. It parked in the back, and I walked over and met Mike. We talked about the car a little bit, and then he asked me if I wanted to take it for a test drive. I did, because I wanted to make sure that the car ran good and everything. So I remember that Mike told me to get in the passenger seat, and he would show me some things with the car, then let me drive it. Nothing seemed strange about that at first, so I got inside. We then left the gas station and started driving down the road. Mike started talking about the car again, just saying basic stuff. But then after like 5 minutes, I was expecting him to stop driving and let me take over, but he just kept going down the road. And also, I didn't even know where we were anymore. Mike was driving the car down these quiet roads with woods on both sides mainly. We were going farther and farther away from where I lived and the area that I was familiar with. After like 10 minutes, I started to get really worried because Mike was also talking less and less. Now he would maybe say something about the car every minute, and mostly he would just be driving in silence. Finally, I said to Mike, "So could I drive the car now?" Mike quickly responded and said, "Just 1 more minute, I'll let you drive it soon enough." But then like 2 or 3 more minutes passed of us just driving in silence. Then Mike finally started to pull over to the side of the road. We were the only vehicle around, it seemed, and things were very dark and quiet. I thought that he was finally going to let me drive, but as we came to a stop, I noticed this little path going into the woods off the road. There was an SUV with the lights off parked on this path. After we came to a stop, I noticed the driver's and passenger's door opening up on the SUV. I didn't know what was going on, but I had a really bad feeling about it. Mike then turned to me and told me to give him my phone. I asked him why, and at the same time saw multiple people walking from the SUV. They were a good 50 feet away, and I couldn't really tell any details about them. Mike was starting to talk, but I don't remember anything that he said, because as soon as I saw people walking near, I knew that I needed to run away. I opened up the passenger's door and got out. Then I just started sprinting to the woods. As I was running, I heard some commotion. People behind me started to run, and I heard several men's voices shouting. I didn't stop though, and I kept running. I got to the woods and then started running through trees and brush. I heard the people chasing after me, but I didn't stop. As I continued to run, after maybe a minute, I took my phone out. I hit 911 and continued running as I did so. I was doing pretty well running through the woods. I still heard people behind me though, but they were a ways back. I didn't know if I had gotten on with 911 or not, because I was too busy running to stop and look, but I just started saying that I was being chased in the woods and I needed help. I hoped that somebody would hear me. I ran for about as long as I could, and soon I stopped hearing the noises behind me. I was able to slow down after that, and eventually I stopped and I hid. I didn't hear anything, but I once again called the police. They were on the way, and I tried to tell them where I was. They were able to locate me pretty well based off of my call though. Soon I made my way back through the woods and met the police. Mike and the other people were gone, but I told the police what had happened and gave descriptions as best as I could. The only person that I could really describe though was Mike. The police were able to locate him not long after this. I feel so lucky to have gotten away.